Good morning. Hi. Welcome in. How are you guys? How's it going? What's poppin'? Let's see. First was taken by Jeremy. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for taking my first today. Makes me very, very happy you could be my first. Daily Pillows, we've got Jacob on YouTube. Hi, Jacob. We've got Jeremy, Engar, and Darren. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope y'all can be nice and comfy, cozy with your daily pillows. I got some water, so I'm gonna stay nice and hydrated. I meant to play this on Friday, but Friday I only got like 2 hours of sleep max. So when I woke up, I felt like I was gonna throw up. So I just slept instead. But I'm well rested today, so we will be playing it today. I'm so excited. I played the first game. I loved the first game. Oh my god, the first game was so good. So I was really hyped to play this one. Plus it's mermaids, so it's like summer vibes. I felt like it'd be perfect. So I'm hyped. Let's do it. Oh, also, because my birthday is on Friday, I have a special event on Twitch where you can earn a cute little birthday cake sub badge on Twitch. There's no way for me to do it on YouTube, sadly. So it's just a Twitch exclusive, unfortunately. But if you sub or gift a sub, you can get a cute little birthday cake. Or if you watch me for 10 hours, you can get the free version of the birthday cake. So there you go. That way you don't have to spend money, but you can still get the cake by watching me. Alright, now we start. The Mermaid's Curse. Music in this is so good, man. It's him! My apologies for the wait. Welcome, welcome. How wonderful it is to see you again. I am the storyteller, your guide to the world of paranormasight. Are you gonna be 21 or 22? You're so funny. You're so funny. They think I'm that young. I promise you I'm much older than that. I've been able to drink for a while. But thank you. Thank you. Very kind of you. I am the storyteller, your guide to the world of paranormasight. Now then, I understand you might be keen to dive into our story. But there are some important matters I must address first, so please bear with me for a while longer. First, this game uses autosave. The game will automatically save at regular intervals, so you may stop playing at any time. When you wish to access these saves, or memories if you will, you may call them forth from the load screen. Next, please look at the upper right of the screen. This is the menu button. Wow! Look at that. From here, you can check the text log, view files, and adjust your settings for auto mode. You can also adjust the volume and other game settings in the options menu. Files. We don't have any files yet. Okay. If you find that certain effects make the text difficult to read, you may turn them off. I recommend you check the brightness, controls, and other settings now before continuing. How to play, yeah. There we go. Now let's go over the basic controls. When the game is in your control, you may drag the screen to look at your surroundings. You will once again be able to move after this, so try taking a look behind you before turning back to me. Wonderful. Well done. You may also select the face of an individual in front of you to talk to them. Please go ahead and try with me. Oh my god, yeah, I'd love to talk to you. You know he has to be hot under that mask. I'm saying, look at his mouth, look at his face, look at that bone structure. He has to be hot underneath that mask. He cannot trick me. I know you're hot under there. Bravo, a fine display. There are times when you'll be presented with options, such as this. What is this place? Do not fear. You will come to know where we are eventually. Once you have seen everything an option has to offer, a check mark will appear next to it like so. Who am I? Oh, you've forgotten who you are, have you? But there's no need for concern. It is for that reason that I am here to guide you, after all. You may be confused at first, but continuing through the story should allow you to remember your true objective. Hi, Israel. Welcome in. That is all from my explanation of the basic controls. I will explain the other essential functions when the time is right. Ah yes, there is one more thing I wish to confirm before we continue. As you may know, I previously served as a guide to a different tale in the world of paranormasight, one concerning the 7 mysteries of Honjo. Yeah, I remember. You wouldn't happen to be familiar with the events of that tale, would you? I am. Is that so? So we have met before then. You looked quite different during our previous encounter, so I failed to recognize you at first. My apologies. In that case, there is nothing I need warn you about. Well, I believe I've kept you waiting long enough. The tale you are about to experience concerns a number of legends passed down in Ise Bay, a stretch of sea bordering the Mie Prefecture. Satoria's Teller smash or pass? 1000% smash. Are you kidding me? That is not even a question. Easy smash. Easiest smash of my life, bro. Specifically, those legends involving mermaids. Yes, as the subtitle suggests, our subject this time is the widely familiar mermaid. Since ancient times, a great many legends about mermaids have been passed down in countries all around the world. In Japan, many of these legends famously include the idea that eating their flesh grants immortality. The tale of Yao Bikuni, which continues to be told in such places as the Wakasa province, modern-day Fukui Prefecture, is perhaps the most well-known. These legends have spurred those with a yearning for immortality to seek out mermaids since ancient times. Of course, as I just mentioned, these are only some of the many legends concerning mermaids that exist across the globe. Indeed, many have sought out mermaids simply due to fascination with their status as rare and mystical beings. They had also served as the inspiration for countless creative and artistic works throughout the ages. It would seem that mermaids possess a mysterious charm that has captivated the human heart for a myriad of reasons, irrespective of era or culture. Wow. Okay. The varied and abundant nature of Mie Prefecture has led it to be known as a land of great beauty. It was purported to be the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world, which led to the establishment of the Ise Shrine as a place of enshrinement for the goddess Amaterasu. Yeah, the music's so good in this. I do love the music in this. The eternal world is said to be a realm across the sea, separate from the one in which we live, often described as eternal paradise. Ise was seen as the land where the waves from this world continually broke, connecting the material world and the world beyond. Ooh. Yeah, I do like that the games do draw from like real locations for inspiration. Like the 7 Mysteries of Honjo, like all of it's like based off of like real places in Japan. I think that's so interesting. I think that's so fun. So you could totally go to Japan just to have a paranormasight trip, like go sightseeing. Also known as the name Sea of Ise, Ise Bay is an enclosed bay located in central Honshu, the Japanese mainland. Although its exact range varies, in this game it refers to the area of the sea surrounded by the land up to the line drawn by Cape Irago in Aichi Prefecture to Cape Dio in the Mie Prefecture. Oh, so this whole bit is the Ise Bay. And the mermaids. A general term for a half-human, half-fish being. The first recorded appearance in Japan, a creature believed to be a mermaid, was more than 1,300 years ago in the Nihon Shoki Chronicle of Japan. At the time, the term mermaid was not yet in use, and most records are anecdotal reports of sighting creatures resembling both fish and humans in various places. It claimed that eating mermaid flesh can grant eternal youth. Let's see, anything else? Raw fish sticks. No. Ew. I'm not too crazy big fan of raw fish. I'll be real. Even like with sushi and stuff, I'm not a big fan of like raw fish sushi and like nigiri and stuff. I prefer cooked rolls, genuinely. It's just my personal preference. Like I can eat it, but I usually prefer the cooked rolls. The tempura shrimp rolls are usually the ones I'm getting if I'm getting a roll. Okay. Ah yes, the files added now should provide a general overview of the terms that came up during our conversation. It seems you have already taken a look, but I do recommend reading them if you have the chance. They may allow you to enjoy the story even more. Words highlighted in pale blue usually indicate that there is a related entry in your files. Now then, allow me to introduce the primary setting of this tale. The majority of our story takes place on Kamishima, an isolated island in the waters of Ise Bay. Look at that. It comes from the turtle-like shape, with kame meaning turtle in Japanese. Oh, it does kind of look like a turtle. That's cute. Kamishima is a popular location for tourists year-round. Recently, the island's youth organization has been leading a revitalization effort to boost the local economy and strengthen the community, creating an island logo and a mascot character, Kamishi Maru, which are expected to bring more people to the area. Aww. You will experience events through the eyes of a young resident of the island, one Yuza Minakuchi. If nothing else, please remember that. Well, I believe this ends my initial explanation. Bon voyage, and do enjoy the tale. The story is a work of fiction based on existing locations and legends. Please note that one of the locations that appears in this game, Kamishima, is a fictional island with no counterpart in real life. Did you come to me, or did I go to you? I cannot recall whether it was a dream or reality. I cannot recall if I was asleep or awake. The Tales of Ise, Passage 69. Oh my god, on my birthday? This takes place on my birthday? Sorry, I got really excited. Oh man. Alright, that should do it. All good to go, Yuza? Yep, as ready as I can be. I feel so light. I bet I could even outswim a shark. So hi, we're Taxi Elevator. No more of that. I was born for that moment. The legend of Kamishima's patron saint of diving begins today. There he is. This is the guy we're going to be seeing from the perspective of. Apprentice Ama Diver, a young man born and raised on Kamishima. Although generally quiet and serious, he has an eccentric side that often sees him making jokes and wisecracks with a straight face, catching whoever he's talking to off guard. After losing his parents in a large-scale maritime accident 5 years ago, he was raised by his grandmother, veteran Ama diver Tsuyu Minakuchi. He briefly found work at a seafood processing plant in Toba after graduating high school earlier in the year. But upon hearing that Tsuyu had injured her leg, forcing her to retire from diving and causing difficulties in her daily life, he quit his job after only 3 months and returned to Kamishima. At present, he's caring for Tsuyu while looking for work on Kamishima, and he has recently made the decision to follow in Tsuyu's footsteps and become an Ama diver himself. Although he has been unable to bring himself to enter the sea since the disaster 5 years ago, he is hoping that his previous aptitude for swimming will lend itself to a natural talent for Ama diving. His current diver rank is 1. Quiet and introverted as a child, he began to show more animated side upon befriending Azami Kumoi, a boy his same age, and it eventually became a common sight to see them getting up to mischief together. Although the maritime disaster 5 years ago saw a drastic shift in the way most of Kamashima's inhabitants treated Yuza, Azami alone continued to treat him the same. Even now, it's not uncommon for Azami to find himself caught up in Yuza's eccentric exploits, but he's always quick to laugh and follow his lead. Hi, Red Spirit. Hi, Tremor. Welcome in. And there he is. There's his BFF. Whoa, that sounds pretty impressive. Well, this is your first time diving on the bay, so don't push yourself too hard, alright? Yeah, I know it's my first time, but somehow I'm brimming with confidence. I just know I can land a massive haul if I try. Well, I'm glad to see you're raring to go, but make sure you don't go too far from the boat at first. There he is. He's a fisherman. He's been friends since childhood. He's a friendly and caring personality, and his willingness to help those around him has made him someone islanders of all ages rely on in times of need. His father was a fisherman, and he accompanied him out on the sea on his boat from a very young age. As a result, he grew up never doubting that he too would one day become a fisherman. After his father died in a maritime disaster 5 years ago, so both of their families died in a maritime disaster. I wonder what this maritime disaster is that happened 5 years ago. His mother, an Ama diver, took on the responsibility of raising Azami and his much younger brother on her own. Oh my god. Hi, you. Welcome in. During the closed season for diving, when his mother worked on the mainland, Azami was responsible for looking after his brother. After graduating middle school, he refused his mother's suggestion to attend high school and quickly obtained a 4th-class boat license while helping with fishing around the island. He's now able to take his father's small fishing boat, the Sayun Maru, out on fishing trips on his own. He has a frank, easygoing relationship with Yuza, his childhood friend, and the two often get up to mischief together. Although he was happy for Yuza when he left to attend high school on the mainland and later found a job there, he also felt somewhat lonely. For this reason, he secretly welcomed the news that Yuza would be leaving his job and returning to Kamishima to take care of his grandmother. Oh my god. No need to worry, Azami. You just focus on getting the grill ready. We're having a feast tonight. Is it really a welcome in or a fight words? Put him up. He is a welcome in. Hi. I'll hold you to that. Splash. The diving minigame will now commence. There's a diving minigame? Follow the instructions to get used to the controls, then press dive when you're ready. Oh my god. There's a dive minigame? Begin. Only 2 controls are needed. Move mouse, look around, and left click to perform action. The available actions will automatically switch between swim, harvest, and return to boat, depending on the situation. Areas where sea creatures are located will be marked with an exclamation point. Begin by looking around to try to locate potential catches. Okay. Your oxygen gauge will decrease while diving. Be sure to go back to the boat before it runs out. You can return to the boat by any time by turning your viewpoint upward and selecting return to boat. Oh shit. Good to know. Die fail? Did I fucking die already? I drowned? Oh, whoops. I didn't know. Okay, so we gotta do it faster than that. Okay. Did I die again? Oops. Damn. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we'll just get the one shell. I think I was getting greedy trying to grab both. Did I get it? Okay. Sick. I got it. I got it. Look at that. Wow. Rank up. Okay. Higher level means you can stay underwater for longer. Higher level means you can swim faster and return to the boat faster. High level means you have an easier time gathering sea creatures. Or high level means you can take sea creatures from further away. I think probably the diving. Maybe swimming. We'll do diving. Yeah, we'll level up that. Oh my god. I didn't know there was a whole mini game in this. Prime Dairy would have caught every single fish in the sea. Well, we gotta start somewhere, and you know? You know how it is. Baby steps. Okay, looks like you're all warmed up. Let's go out a bit further so you can look for something bigger. The biggest catch you can get this time of year is probably an abalone. Snagging just one of those is something to be proud of. But remember that sea creatures are living things. They'll change places every time you dive, so be careful. Oh my gosh. Diving tips. Perfect harvest. When using the harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting your target's resistance gauge with a single action. The higher your dive rank, the more likely you are to achieve a perfect harvest. Information on your catches will be recorded in your gathering log. Each catch has individual variations, and the lowest and highest amounts of points you've achieved for each catch will also be recorded. Once you record the highest and lowest limits possible for that catch, a star mark will be added to those point values. Wow. So I got a noble scallop, and I got a purple sea urchin. Look at that. Trying to be humble as you eat with the spork. There's nothing wrong with eating with the spork. It is a perfectly valid utensil, alright? Well, you get to master everything at once. We can take off whenever you're ready. Yeah, more diving minigame. Dive. What are we cooking here? Okay, let's go up. Okay. We survived. Look at that, baby. A new high score. Okay, let's do, we'll do swimming. You can return to the boat faster. Okay. And then... Oh, can we dive again? Sure, why not? Ooh. Ah. Okay. 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 Ooh. I don't know if we're gonna make it up in time. I hope so. I think so. Okay, we're good. Welcome back. Hell yeah. New high score, baby. We're ranking up. We're ranking up. Alright. Definitely cut it close. I did. Let's, increase our breath. I think that's going to be our main priority. I'll be less likely to drown. If I increase my diving and my swimming, and then I can increase my gathering and then my searching. I think that's the priority. We'll just do it in that order. Okay. Go. Man, I sure hope I get back up in time. That is true. I probably should increase the swim speed a little more too. But oh my god, that's a good hit. Like, we keep ranking up, baby. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of just balancing these two. I think we gotta look for an abalone. I think that's the key thing. Let's see if we can find an abalone or not. Oh. No, I shouldn't go there. I'm not that dumb. I won't go there yet. I'm not built for that yet. Okay, back to the boat. There it is. Alright, let's see. Not too bad. Not my best score. I got distracted exploring. Alright, let's see if we can find an abalone, baby. If I were an abalone, where would I be? Anything over here? Anything good over here? Are we making it up in time? I think we are. Okay. Whew. We really cut it close every single time, don't we? Okay. I still haven't found any abalone. I bet it is in that, like, fucking thing. Ooh, okay. Anything over here? There's something over here. Nice. Okay, back to the surface. Back to the boat. Who knew we'd be playing a fishing simulator? Okay, we're almost at. We're just grinding at this point. Let's go. Ooh. I don't know if I'll be able to get it or not. Oh my god, we got one! Back to the surface, back to the surface, back to the surface. Come on, go, 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 go! Yes! There we fucking go, baby! We got it. I'm the king of the ocean. Okay. We can stop diving now. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. Good work out there, Yuza. You managed to get a fair bit of diving in, huh? I bet you feel like you got a better grasp on things now. For sure. I feel like my diver rank's gone up at least a bit, too. So, you feel any different now? Did your body undergo any weird changes? Nope, I feel exactly the same. Nothing's changed. I'm the same old Yuza I've always been. I guess we were a bit off the mark, huh? So, what do you want to do now? Should we call it a day? Oh. A faded out spot. I do want to explore that hole further, but we'll have to wait on that. You got it. Kamishima Port, here we come. How much of Gremlin would Derry become? I'm just a little guy. On the beach, on the ocean. I got my abalone. I'm very proud. Hey, Yuza, I took your catch to the market while you were changing. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. You gave this up, you should be able to make a healthy profit even with the price of gas. That's great. Lots to keep at it then. There you are, Azami. Don't tell me you went out fishing today. Oh, Chie, how's your back doing? Not gonna get any better lounging around at home, that's for sure. I'm a gremlin? I don't think I'm a gremlin. More importantly, no one's meant to be taking their boats out right now because of the storm that's on the way. Don't tell me you didn't hear. Yeah, but it was more of a warning than a rule, and the weather looked fine, so I figured it was okay. You should know better than that, Azami. You youngins never listen, do ya? De facto leader of the Ama divers on Kamishima. She's a highly influential figure on the island. She's been working as an Ama diver for close to 40 years and rarely missing the opening day of each diving season. She's become known as Chie the Mermaid for deft ease in which she moves through the water. In her heyday, she earned more money than her husband, enough to send all 3 of her sons to university, an achievement that she takes great pride in and also earned her considerable authority in her household. Now, grandmother to 7, a back injury has led her to being less active than she used to be, but she's still considered one of the most experienced divers on the island. Her graceful swimming shows no signs of decline, continuing to inspire others even now. Her estimated diver rank is 67. Do you think they did it on purpose? I'm going out with the Minakuchi boy of all people. Actually, Azami only took out his boat because I asked him to help me with my work. Wait a dang second. Don't tell me you went out to dive. I did. I was thinking I could follow in Grand's footsteps and become an Ama diver. Absolutely not. I won't allow it. What? Why? He's just a member of the association, same as everyone else. As long as he follows the rules, it should be fine. Right? Sure, it's rare for guys to become Ama divers, but it's not like it's forbidden or anything. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm saying he shouldn't be allowed in the sea. It's obscene is what it is. Obscene. Everyone agreed to put him being on the island for Tsuyu's sake. Now he gets in his head to go diving of all things. Have you no sense, boy? Oh my god. What's going on here? Seems like I'll have to have a few words with Tsuyu. You not knowing your place is going to cause everyone trouble. Listen up, Minakuchi boy. You better keep your head down and stay put on dry land where you belong. No more diving, you hear? Hey, don't you think that's going a bit too far? There's no need to land a Yuza like that. Azami? What? You really don't think anything of all this? After what his mother did? No, not at all. Yuza hasn't done anything wrong. He was a victim of the disaster too. Maybe more than anyone else. Recently there's been this strange rumbling coming from the sea. The same rumbling as 5 years ago. Everyone's scared of what might be coming. They're bracing themselves for another big disaster. Oh, is that what you meant by storm? The weather forecast said things are going to stay calm for a bit, though. What the hell with the weather forecast? It didn't save us 5 years ago. Anyhow, see why we gotta stay in the god of the sea's good graces. Not doing anything to upset them. Got it? Don't let it get you down, Yuza. Shay isn't a bad person at heart, but the old folk here are all pretty, firm in their beliefs, I guess. Yeah, it's only natural. I was kind of expecting it, to be honest. Still, I didn't think she'd get that mad. Guess they have a bigger chip on their shoulders about this whole thing than I thought. Seemed like they really think your mom was to blame for the disaster. Yeah. I guess wanting to get to the bottom of things there was one of my reasons for becoming an alma diver. Oh, now we finally get to know what the disaster was. Here it is. A localized storm that broke out in the sea to the south of Kamishima around 5 years ago, resulting in a maritime accident in which a total of 10 people went missing. 3 fishing vessels that had set out to the sea from Kamishima were suddenly caught in an unanticipated storm and foundered, leaving all but one of the 11 fishermen and alma divers on board missing. And the ships were later dredged up and searched, and a single body was discovered. His sole survivor was Yuza Minakuchi, who was a middle school student at the time. His parents, Tosuke Minakuchi and Mari Minakuchi, as well as Azami Kumoi's father, Kyokichi Kumoe, were among the victims. Locals in the area reportedly heard an eerie rumbling from the sea on the morning of the accident. List of casualties. A medium-sized fishing vessel, Daiichi Kyosui Maru, foundered. Captain Kokichi Kumoe and all 5 crew members reported missing. Small-sized fishing vessel, Ome Maru, foundered. Captain Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown, reported missing. Hi, Doc. Welcome in. Small-sized fishing vessel, Minakuchi Maru, foundered. Captain Tosuke Minakuchi and 1 other crew member reported missing. 1 passenger recovered with slight injuries, dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. So that must be us. Yes, that was the small vessel was our dad's, it seems. The sole survivor. When the boat of the Minakuchi family was on and about to sink, Mari and Tosuke Minakuchi put a life buoy on their son Yuza and helped him escape the boat before the waves engulfed it. Despite the slim chances of survival in such a dire situation, Yuzo was miraculously found drifting in the sea the next day, still wearing the life buoy, and was successfully rescued. Although he had no external injuries, the shock of the accident had left him in a state of confusion. He had little memory of what happened at the time. After the accident plunged Kamishima into a state of deep sorrow. Fishermen and alma divers temporarily stopped fishing to mourn, and a memorial was erected in honor of the loss. Perhaps due to his memory loss, the sole survivor, Yuza, appeared relatively composed in contrast to the grief of those around him. Many found this unnerving, and Yuza became increasingly isolated from the rest of the community. Azami Kumoe himself, having lost his father in the accident, tried to support him however he could, reasoning that he was still better off than Yuza, who had lost both of his parents before his very eyes. As investigations continued, questions arose about what the Minakuchi family had been doing in the vicinity of the disaster, despite not having gone out to fish. Yuza only remembered his parents telling him to come with them, and the purpose of the excursion remains unclear to this day. It was not long before the speculation began that Mari Minakuchi had done something to incur the wrath of the god of the sea, and the islanders, already suspicious of her due to her mysterious background, were quick to condemn her, citing the sudden, localized nature of the storm. In contrast, only words of sympathy were spoken for her husband, Tosuke. As rumored that Mari had brought disaster to Kamishima continued to spread, Yuza's grandmother, Tsuyu Minakuchi, sent him away from the island to board at a high school on the mainland. She had sensed the islanders' resentment beginning to turn towards Yuza and hoped to shield him from becoming an even greater target of their ire. Even now, 5 years after the accident, feelings of animosity towards Mari Minakuchi remain deeply ingrained in the people of Kamishima. With the truth of the accident still shrouded in mystery, deep scars and suspicion continue to linger in the hearts of many of the islanders. So, that makes me curious about his parents. So his dad is deeply beloved, but his mom is not, and she has a mysterious background. But then both of his parents, for some reason that he doesn't remember, wanted him to go on the boat that day. And then everybody thinks it must have been her that caused the localized storm. Let's see. Check the profiles. Here we go. She was declared dead a year later after search parties found no sign of her. Let's see. She arrived on Kamishima with no possessions to her name, expressing that she had taken a liking to a local environment and wanted to move there. However, she remained tight-lipped about her background, only revealing that she was from a small town out in the mountains and she had to leave her home for undisclosed reasons. And although her request to move to Kamishima was accepted, many islanders remained suspicious of her. Okay. She was unable to fully shake the air of mystery that surrounded her, and many islanders continued to question whether her presence on the island might cause trouble down the line. Something of a free spirit, her nonconformist ways, and somewhat naive personality meant she was often absent from local activities, leading to further criticism from a portion of the population. Some also reported frequently spotting her wandering the island after she first moved there, seemingly looking for something or catching sight of her doing something on the shore in the middle of the night. Fortunately, her mother-in-law, Suyu, was a person of no small influence, and no one dared to openly persecute Mari under Sue's watchful eye. Since her disappearance in the disaster 5 years prior, a growing number of people have accused her of somehow being responsible, citing her various instances of suspicious behavior as a justification. Yeah, everyone's been avoiding the topic until now, but that can't go on forever. Hey, you two! Huh? Oh, it's Kikuko. Hey! Yeah, you two over there. I get some help with these boxes? I need to get them to the warehouse. Okay. She's single? Oh, good to know, good to know. She's known for her friendly, sociable nature and almost sisterly tendency to look after others. Okay. She changed jobs, found no luck in subsequent workplaces. Okay. Her estimated diver rank is 41. She's had scant luck with men. Has she tried women? What about non-binary people? Is she open to that? Can she be open to that? Introduces several potential partners, only be turned down by all of them. Who would dare turn her down? Not me. Not me. I'm in line. I'm holding up my flowers for her. Her parents, anxious for her future, worry that the large birthmark on her face is to blame, but Kikuko herself remains unfazed, citing her lack of interest in marriage as the primary cause, something which has caused them no end to concern. Although she endeavored to hide her birthmark with makeup while in school and during her time as an office worker, she's since embraced it, proudly proclaiming it to be her symbol. I mean, it looks cool as fuck. I don't think she needs to hide it. Oh, thanks. I know I can rely on you youngins to help out. Youngins? You're a youngin too, Kikuko. It's a high titan. Aw, how kind. Pretty sure you're the only ones who'd say that, though. I was told out of nowhere to make sure anything valuable was stowed away just in case a storm hits. What a pain. So you're getting ready for the storm, too? Yep. Pretty silly when the weather's this good. But it's not like I can say no, though. Thinking of pain, so I overheard Chie giving you an earful just now. Are you seriously planning on becoming an Alma diver, Yuzu? Well, that was the plan, but it's looking like I might be forced into retirement before I even begin. Why now? Didn't you come back here to look after Suyu? Yeah, but I still have to work, and I've always been interested in Alma diving. Gran was also pretty down about no longer being able to dive, so I thought I might cheer her up a bit. Ah, so you want to follow in Suyu's footsteps. Still, you must have noticed that everyone here was on edge at just the thought of you coming back here. If they hear you went diving, they'll likely be in uproar. Are they really that set against Yuzu going in the sea? I've never heard anyone say anything like that. Well, they don't say it where you can hear it. Everyone loves you here, and they know you're close with Yuzu. They probably feel like they can't be that tough on him with you around. What was that? Oh, never mind. Forget I said anything. Oh my god. I can't deny there's been this creepy rumbling coming from the sea recently, though. It's no wonder everyone's unnerved. some sort of disaster does end up happening again and Yuza gets caught up doing something he wasn't meant to, that'll probably be it for him. Yeah, that's what I don't get. Do people seriously believe Yuza's mom caused that storm? Everyone suffered because of it, including Yuza's family. It's stupid. Hey, I honestly think it's stupid too. But the truth is there are a bunch of people who believe it, so making a fuss about it isn't going to get you anywhere, right? Besides, even if the storm doesn't come in the end, a different kind of storm may already be brewing. A different kind of storm? Well, you shouldn't have any trouble if you keep your head down. Just be good and do what you're told, and no one will get on your case, yeah? Give me a break. Why's he gotta keep his head down here? He was born and raised on Kamishima just like everyone else. Hey, getting mad at me won't change anything. If it upsets you that much, why don't you leave? Leaving a place like this behind might be for the best, don't you think? Maybe, but I can't just ask my gran to move somewhere else at her age. And you'll just have to put up with it. If you want to blame anyone, blame your mom. Fucking why? Why is everyone so dead set on blaming his mom, bro? So hi, Obi. Welcome in. Does mom even do anything 5 years ago? No one wants to tell us anything. No idea. I only came back here after the disaster, so I don't know what happened at the time. Mr. Wakamura always seemed like he knew more than he lets on, though. Now that I think about it, why don't you just ask Suyu what she knows? Suyu? I've already asked Gran about it countless times. She says she doesn't know anything. You don't think that's a bit suspicious? If anyone knows something, it'd be her, right? You might be right. She is pretty hard to read. I wouldn't be able to tell if she was hiding something anyway. Anyway, I do feel bad for you, but you just gotta grin and bear it, for everyone's sake, huh? Thanks for the help, you two. Try and stay out of trouble, alright? Ikuko really seemed like she didn't know anything, huh? But folks are way more on edge than I thought. Yeah, I got the sense I'm not exactly welcome here ever since I came back. That I didn't try thinking to make a living here would lead to so much backlash. I didn't realize everyone disliked my mom quite that much, or that they were so suspicious of her. Seems like the timing wasn't great either. Everyone's wound up about these ill omens that are happening everywhere. Still, I'm sure now that my mom must have had some sort of secret. I'm almost certain it had to do with what we're looking into. If everyone hears that I went diving today, it might prompt people to start talking about what happened 5 years ago. True. If there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what old man Wakamura and Suyu have to say about this, too. Yeah. Assuming Gran agrees to talk about it anyway. However... Oh. The night would see unprecedented calamity descend upon Kamishima. What are you doing over there, Gran? This is where it's hidden. Hidden? What is it? Well, Mare, your mother left us. Oh my fucking god, she's fucking dead. Gran? Suyu, what's wrong? Oh my god, Granny's dead? Ah! Oh my god, she is dead too? Oh my god, hi Tanya, thank you so much for the gift sub. Even Chie? What the hell is happening? Is that Kikuko? Oh shit. Yuza, your head. It's... So now we get to see what happened. Well done in your efforts thus far. I regret to say that even if you continue down this path, you will be helpless to prevent the mysterious attack that befell Kamishima. Yuza Minakuchi's bleak fate will likewise remain unchanged. If I may, perhaps it would be prudent to ignore this route for now and turn your attention elsewhere. Once you've found a way to proceed, you may return here to confirm the results for yourself. From here, you will return to your first diving experience, from which you may seek another way forward. If I may, I suspect you might be overlooking something important in those sunken depths. I advise you to take a closer look behind you on your next dive. Oh, and another thing, I recommend saving manually once you resume your journey. If you fail to find another way forward, it will provide an excellent point from which to try again. I wish you the best of luck on your journey. Alright, yeah. So I did want to examine the depths of that sea, but I wasn't sure yet. Because I didn't feel like our character was leveled up enough to. Okay, so let's save. Save and it's that one. Huh? Oh shit. What the hell is that? No! Get away from me! It's him! Ah! There we go. It's him. But why is it him? Dive failed. Well, we got that. We got our abalone. I think that's a new record, actually. Yeah, it is. Oh, we're almost leveled up. Okay, let's dive just a little bit more. I do want to level up at least one of those. Oh, did our swimming go up? I don't think our swimming was that high before. Was it? I thought they were tied. That's fine. Okay. Wonder, will it show the same thing again? Hi, Ren. Oh my gosh, thank you for the 40 months. Mwah. Oh. Now we got sucked in. Dive failed. Okay, good to know. Well, I want to level up. There we go. That should be enough to level up. Yeah, rank up. There we go. Yeah? Now, okay, now let's see one more time what happens if we dive back down. Oh my god, Ren, thank you for the gift sub as well. Thank you, thank you. I'm just kind of curious. Okay, good to know, good to know. I think we've done all that we can for that. I'm the same old user I've always been. I don't know if that's the case, just based off of what we saw before. We don't have the story chart unlocked yet. Talk about the hole. Azami. Huh? Before we head back, could we talk for a bit? Sure. What's up? So, when I was diving just now, a giant hole in the seabed you've never seen before? Yeah, the rocks around it look like they'd only recently collapsed. I have a cake. Yeah, look at you with your little cake badge. Oh, I think you're the first person to get the cake badge, actually. I think you're the first person to unlock it. So, I think it probably opened up within the last few months or so. Ah, I'll let you mention it. There was a pretty big earthquake around here around 3 months ago. Maybe that had something to do with it? Oh, that's right. That would have been before I got back. Anyway, if you saw a giant hole in the seabed, you'd be curious about it, right? So, Barb, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you, thank you. I sure would. Curious enough to try to take a look inside? Hi, Chloe. Welcome in. Be pretty dangerous, but I guess I might, yeah. Right? So I went closer to try to get a better look. Did you see anything? Well, when I looked down into the hole, a ghost or something that looked just like me suddenly rose up from the depths. A ghost that looked like you? It swam towards me with its hand outstretched. It looked like it was trying to hand something to me, or maybe it was trying to tell me something? Man. What did you do then? Did you take its hand? I did. I felt like I couldn't resist somehow. The Mermaid's Curse, I love. Yeah, I'm so hyped. I loved the first game so much, so I'm really hyped to play this one. I'm going into this one blind as well, so I'm excited. I guess even the patron saint of diving does foolish things sometimes. The only thing I was the patron saint of was carelessness and a lack of proper vigilance. Sounds like there wasn't much you could do about it, though. Hey, Yuza. Huh? That thing you ran into. Do you think it could have been a Tomokazuki? Tomokazuki? A Tomokazuki, huh? But why would that be here? I'm just gonna look around. Take a little peek-see. Ooh! What's this? Oh, good eye, Yuza. You must have a knack for finding the mockingbirds. Mockingbirds? It's supposed to be a bird? Look at him! So cute. I'll be doing well. Yeah, I'm doing really good. Yeah, get some more rest, friend. Yeah, they're the famous bird stickers. No one knows who made them, but they show up everywhere. They're pretty unique, and there's just something about the idea of birds dressed up as delinquents, you know? It's weirdly charming. I was surprised if I went on my boat, but I decided to leave it be. To commemorate the occasion, I guess. By the way, that's Mockingbird number 8. Tit for tat. He's a long-tailed tit. Why don't you take a note of any you find? Maybe they'll bring you good luck. Guess there's more to these mockingbirds than I thought. Yeah. He's just a little guy. Oh, there's one on the seabed? Oh my god, am I gonna have to go diving again? Look at him. He's so cute. It's a complete tonal shift from everything else. Tomokazuki? Huh? You never heard of it? Well, I guess not even all the folks around here know about it. It does sound familiar, though. The Tomokazuki is sort of a ghost story around these parts. The story goes that sometimes when diving, an Alma diver will come across another version of themselves, an exact copy. That other version of them will be holding out something they want, like an abalone. Something they want? And when the diver reaches for it, the Tomokazuki grabs them and drags them to the bottom of the sea. Whoa, that's scary. But wait, the Tomokazuki I saw wasn't holding anything. It wasn't? Well, that's different. Maybe forgot it at home or something. At home, huh? The abalone? Yeah, the abalone. Maybe it left it at home. Huh. Maybe the Tomokazuki's more careless than the legends let on. You're pretty forgetful, though, so maybe it came to be such a perfect copy that it imitated that aspect of you as well. Oh, that damn Tomokazuki knows my every weakness. Now that you mention it, though, I think I do remember that story from when I was younger. I guess the fact I forgot the story really proves how forgetful I am, huh? No worries, it's been a while, you know? So, did anything happen after you took its hand? I don't really remember. When I came to, I was back outside the hole. I thought maybe I'd blacked out due to a lack of oxygen and it had to be some sort of hallucination. I see. Yeah, that's possible. But if that's the case, that means I stopped you just to talk about some hallucination I saw, and that'd be super embarrassing. Huh. Some people do say the Tomokazuki legend might have come about because of divers seeing things when they ran out of air. But hey, it's no big deal if it was a hallucination. The most important thing is that you're safe. Still, I can't help but wonder about a hole suddenly appearing like that. Yeah, it's pretty weird. By the way, you know those symbols on your diving gear? Symbols? Yeah, Seimin and Dolmen. The Alma divers around here all have them somewhere on their outfits. Oh, this was my mom's gear, so I didn't know. People say those symbols work as a charm to protect divers from the Tomokazuki. Interesting. But if I ran into a Tomokazuki just now, wouldn't that mean the charm didn't work? Maybe. But it could be thanks to the charm that you made it back safe. Sea is a dangerous place, even without the Tomokazuki around. Things could have been even worse without the charm to protect you. I see. So, without this charm, I really could have been attacked by a shark. Glad I had it then. Seriously? Shark would have been no laughing matter. You gonna tell me what a shark is? Oh, okay. Okay. A long time ago, in a small village on one of the islands in the Ise Sea, there lived a young Alma diver known for her exceptional swimming skills. One day, the wind was strong and the waves were higher than usual. Undeterred by the turbulent weather, the young diver dove back into the sea, but couldn't find even the smallest shell to bring back, let alone any abalone. Determined to find something, she dove even deeper into the ocean, until she paused, sensing a presence behind her. Turning, she felt an undeniable sense that someone was watching her from a shadowy crevice in the rock. Finding this strange, she ventured closer, only to come face to face with a diver who looked exactly like her. As she floated there, stunned, the other diver extended her hand. In it was an abalone, larger than any she had ever seen. The young diver was mesmerized. She had to have that abalone, no matter what. She reached out her hand to take it. Suddenly, when her fingers were mere inches away from the abalone, the other diver's hand shot out and grasped her. Shocked, the young diver frantically struggled to pull away, but it was too late. Slowly, inevitably, she was dragged down into the depths of the ocean. Over time, this came to be known as tomokazuki, together diving, due to it taking on an identical appearance to its victim. Divers are warned to never accept tomokazuki's offerings in the depths, lest they suffer the same fate. The tomokazuki is still greatly feared by ama divers in modern times, and the seinen and dolmen symbols inscribed on the items they take with them when they are diving charms, said to protect them from it. There we go. The star-shaped symbol, known as the seinen, and the lattice-like symbol is known as the dolmen. The two symbols are often embroidered side by side or drawn on clothing using purple dye made from shells. They are worn by ama divers when diving to ward off potential disasters that might befall them at sea. Hey, Azami, about the tomokazuki just now. Yeah? Do you think it had anything to do with what we're looking into? Oh, unlock past recollection chapter. Something I want to do. My apologies for the interruption. I'd like to take this chance to inform you about a unique ability of yours, the recollection feature. But to make things clear, I must first tell you about the story chart. From here, you will return to the screen, the story chart at breaks in the story. You see, the story you witness will not necessarily unfold in chronological order. This screen will allow you to see where each chapter lies within the grand scheme of things, as well as select where you wish to proceed next. If the icon for a chapter is not dim, that indicates it has not been fully completed. Generally speaking, completing a chapter will unlock the next chapter immediately after it. However, there will occasionally be times when a recollection button will appear during the story, as you experienced just now. We still can't see his face. One day I'm gonna pull that mask off his face and kiss him. I swear to God, I'm gonna smooch you, storyteller. Pressing this button will allow you to delve into a memory evoked by certain words in the text, which will in turn unlock a new chapter, a past recollection chapter, for you to experience. A most remarkable ability, is it not? Once you have unlocked such a chapter, it will become available in the story chart for you to peruse as you wish. This ability will be key in unraveling the tale before you, so do be sure to press the recollection button when you see it come up. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. So, did your mom have become an ama diver because she wanted to find the tomokazuki? But she wouldn't have worn something with this charm on it if that were true, right? Good point. Oh my god, Nordy, hi. Thank you so much for the 44 months. Okay. Ocean's been looked over. This fishing boat, the Saiyan Maru, belongs to the Izami family. I don't have a boat of my own, so Izami was kind enough to bring it out for me. It used to belong to his dad, so it's getting on in years, but he takes good care of it. Seems he's hoping to keep using it for years to come. Okay, we're all good on those. This is Izami Kamui, my best friend. I've known him since we were both kids growing up in Kamishima. When I told him I wanted to become an ama diver, he was quick to offer his full support. Is that all you wanted to talk about? There's more. Actually, this might be the most important part. I realize there's something I need to do after this. Something really important. Hey, so you found a lead down there after all. I'm serious. If I don't pull this off, something terrible is gonna happen. Oh my god, Nordy, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I believe you. Go on, tell me everything. Claiming the limited exclusive dairy badge. Yeah. There we go. We got our new recollection chapter. I do want to see if we can find that one sticker, because they said there's a sticker on the seabed. There's a there's a sticker for those the mockingbirds. I gotta find that sticker, baby. It's gotta be around here somewhere. If I were a sticker. Okay, I gotta go back to the boat now before I drown. We're leveling up. We're leveling up our skills. Okay. Where would they have that sticker at, though? That's what I really want to know. Got an abalone. Okay, well we got 2 abalones at least. I don't know where that sticker is. Maybe it's under the boat? I can check under the boat, I suppose. New record. There we go. Oh, I'm so close leveling up. Okay, because, let's see, files, maybe it's probably in files, right? Where are those mockingbirds at? There we go. Okay, so number 6 is on the seabed. On the seabed. Okay, well, let's dive. Wow, lots of sea urchins around there. That's nice, but... Not seeing it. Maybe I'll have to hunt for it more later. Grab some stuff over here. There we go. We're not just walking away empty-handed completely. Yeah, I don't know where the sticker is. What if sticker is up? Yeah, we'll do that next. Oh no, I clicked the wrong thing. Fuck. Oh well. Okay. But it said seabed. Yeah, but we can look and see. No, because that's just gonna make us return to the boat, so I don't think that's it. If I were a mockingbird sticker, where would I be? Oh, that's an abalone. Let's go. Did not expect to find you. Okay, back to the boat. Back to the boat. We did at least get an abalone, but man. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll just have to come back to this, I think. We'll come back to that later. Let's go here. The recollection. The day before. I see, I see. You say you want to be an armor diver, then of course you got my full support. But something tells me you're not just doing this for Tsuyu. People are bound to talk if you become an armor diver here. You must have some other reason, one big enough to risk everyone running their mouths. I know I couldn't hide anything from you, Azami. Won't even take me 0.2 seconds to see through one of your lies. But what's up? Tell me everything. Any stickers around here? Think there's any bird stickers around here that we need to keep our eye on? Damn, look at him kind of poised. These are the ruins of an old wartime building, the Kante Kisho. The building's been abandoned, so hardly anyone ever comes up here, which makes it the perfect place for private meetings. Oh my god, wait, this is kind of romantic. Do you think they make out up here, or...? Hey, Azami. What I'm about to say is gonna sound pretty crazy. You still want to hear it? Sure. Bring it on. Thanks. I'll come right out and say it then. I'm looking for a mermaid. I need to find one by tomorrow. Oh, a mermaid, huh? And by tomorrow at that. That's gonna be tough. I'm being serious. In fact, I've never been more serious. I really do have to find a mermaid by tomorrow. I can tell you're not joking by the look on your face. You got some sort of reason for saying this, right? Go on. I'm listening. Thanks, Azami. Is it okay if I talk a little about the disaster 5 years ago? The disaster. If you're okay with it, sure. I was in middle school at the time, and my parents had taken me out in the bay on a little fishing boat. A massive storm came out of nowhere and sank all 3 boats that got caught up in it. I was the only one who survived. Yeah, it was terrible. So, what about the disaster did you want to talk about? Well, I've recently started to remember some things about what happened. For real? I know your memory of the disasters were kind of hazy due to the shock. It's great that you're starting to remember. Oh, but I guess it's not exactly something you'd want to remember, huh? Sorry for getting all fired up. It's okay. It actually hasn't bothered me as much as I thought it would. Thanks for worrying about me, though. The soft look on his face, oh my god. It's just, the things I remembered are a bit strange. So I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Sorry for keeping quiet until now. Strange, huh? Well, I can see why you'd want to keep it to yourself, all things considered. Don't sweat it. So, about the accident. When we ran into the storm, our boat got caught in a whirlpool and started to sink. My parents gave me a life buoy and lowered me into the water. They were frantic. I was too stunned to do anything but go along with what was happening. I can imagine. That must have been really scary. The waves were knocking me around, so it took everything I had just to hold onto the buoy. In the end, I watched the boat was swallowed by the water. I couldn't do anything else. It wasn't anything you could have done. It wasn't your fault, Yuza. Right after that, this huge wave came crashing down on me. And I got dragged down to the depths of the sea, life buoy and all. Huh? You got pulled under, but I thought... Yeah. Up until now, I thought I managed to miraculously stay afloat until I got rescued. But I remember now. I was pulled down underneath the waves. Huh? I remember being caught in the current and tossed all about underwater. I couldn't breathe. I was so sure I was going to die down there. But then someone grabbed my hand. Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? I was barely conscious at that point, so it's not like I saw them clearly or anything. But I'm certain there was someone there with me. Someone who grabbed hold of me and pulled me to safety. And from what I remember... You're saying they were a mermaid? Exactly. So you were saved by a mermaid? I'm sure of it. And it looked exactly what the first thing comes to mind when you hear the word mermaid. A real mermaid, huh? But it was a really extreme situation, so it's entirely possible I was just saying things. Which would mean I called you out here just to talk to you about some hallucination I had. If that's the case, I'm gonna be super embarrassed. I mean, you're standing here talking to me now, right? So... you must have gotten out of that situation somehow. And I can't imagine any normal person being able to stay afloat in a storm like that, let alone managing to save someone. Same. You'd have to be some sort of superhuman or something. Or not human at all. Man, who would have guessed there were mermaids here in Ise? If I really was saved by a mermaid, I owe them my life. I'd like to thank them in person if possible. Makes sense. Well, that's why you're looking for him, huh? Well, if we manage to find him, I gotta thank him for saving you too. So, I was thinking of headed to where the disaster happened and diving there to see if I can find anything. Wait. Are you sure? You almost died there. I'll be fine. In fact, since I've never gone near there since the disaster happened, I was also thinking, I'd like to do something to honor my parents and your dad's memory. Yeah, I'd like to at least lay some flowers, if nothing else. Others here have always kept their distance, but it's not like going there's forbidden or anything. Let's do it. Thanks, Asami. I owe you one. He's such a real one, dude. Oh, I ship them. That's really sweet. Even though he's got a lot on his plate, Azami agreed to meet up the moment I said something. He's been looking out for me ever since I came back. I couldn't ask for a better friend. Oh my god. The mermaid search leads. There's still no guarantee the mermaid will still be around there, right? I'm thinking it'd be good to have more of a lead before we head out there. About that. Do you mind if I say something crazy? Again? Sure, what's up? You remember my mom, right? Of course I remember Mrs. Mare. Well, she wasn't originally from Kamishima, but she met my dad when she moved here and ended up marrying him. But even to me, she never really seemed to fit in here. Well, I can't really disagree there. She never really spoke too much to me either. Some people even outright told me not to talk to her, you know? Said she was suspicious because we didn't know anything about her. Stuff like that. I guess that's understandable. She didn't really involve herself in the community activities and almost never participated in local events. It felt like she was always keeping her distance from the other islanders, somehow. 20 years here and she was still considered an outsider. Yeah, I never knew how to bring it up to you, but I always kind of wondered. Was there some sort of reason for that? Not as far as I know. Dad and Gran never seemed to mind, so I figured that's just how she was. But looking back at things now, it was pretty weird. Huh. Well, I guess even I thought she was a bit of an oddball at times. You say that, but I think you're getting to be pretty similar to her. What? Really? Yeah. What's that saying? Marching to the beat of your own drum? You're both like that. Really? I never realized. I've been so blind. Blind fool. Yep, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Huh? I should be able to tell Azami everything, right? But why'd you bring up your mom all of a sudden? Well, looking back now, there were a few things that always bothered me. Oh? For a start, no one ever told me where my mom was from. She was also a natural at ama diving, but I never saw her eat any seafood. And sometimes at night, she'd suddenly say she wanted to go out to look at the sea before going out and not coming back for hours. I guess that is all pretty weird. Oh my god, is his mom a mermaid? That's not all. When I was sorting through my mom's belongings, I found this. We usually keep it in the family altar, but I brought it along to show you. Oh my god, is that her mermaid scale? What is that, a fish scale? It's huge. It's gotta be at least 7 or 8 centimeters long. Hold on, I got my ruler. Let me convert that to inches. 7 to 8 centimeters. Sheesh. Damn, okay, yeah, that's like 2.5 to 3 inches. Damn, that's pretty big. There you go, there's that American conversion for y'all. I always just figured she held on to it because it was a rare find. But once I remembered the mermaid, I began to wonder. What fish could have scales come... What fish could this scale have come from? And why was my mom holding on to it? Whoa. Hold it right there. You're not saying... I am. The mermaid who rescued me back then was... I think it was my mom. What do you think? I don't know. It's pretty out there. Could that even be possible? So your theory is your mom used to be a mermaid, but she became a human so she could live among us? Yeah, but she turned back into a mermaid when the disaster happened, and wasn't able to come back afterwards. How's that sound? I don't know. But after hearing your story, I can't just dismiss it out of hand either. If that's really the case. If my mom really is still out there in the sea somewhere, even if in a different form. I was thinking, it'd be nice if I could see her again. It might be because they're still treated as missing instead of dead, but... it still hasn't really sunk in that my parents are gone. I know what you mean. Sometimes it feels like my pops is just gonna show up at home again like nothing ever happened. Even though your mom's alive, I guess it'd be hard for her to show up even if she's back in her mermaid form now. My mom really does have some sort of connection to mermaids. Then maybe that was the reason she never really fit in here. It might help clear up any mistaken impressions the others have of her anyway. I see. So you think that by trying out alma diving like your mom did, you might be able to find something out? And maybe if you're lucky, you'll run into a mermaid in the process. Yeah. And if I really am descended from mermaids somehow, it's possible that diving might awaken something in me. Alright, I hadn't thought about that. I guess if your legs suddenly become fins, we'll know for sure you're a second-generation mermaid. Okay, I think I got the gist of what you want to do now. Thanks for understanding, Azami. I haven't been happy with how people have been treating you ever since the disaster either. And what they say about your mom. If there's anything I can do to clear the air, I want to help. Thanks. I appreciate it. Well, I don't know how people will react if you suddenly start talking about mermaids. Might be best to keep quiet about that part for now and just say you're looking into your mom. What do you think? Yeah, I think that would be best. Okay, now we got that settled. How about we head out tomorrow morning? Sound good to you? Yep, I've been doing some training in secret, so I'm all set. So I'll have to find a mermaid by tomorrow is pretty sudden. What's up with the tight deadline? Well, sorry, I can't say right now. If we manage to find one, I'll explain everything, I promise. Well, as long as you tell me later, it's all good. Oh, here's an idea. If you're in that much of a rush, how about we talk to Tsukasa and Sato? Maybe they'll be able to help out. I wonder. It would be nice to have more help. But would they even believe me? The whole thing is pretty crazy after all. Besides, Tsukasa's going back to the mainland soon. I'd hate to bother her. True. Still, knowing Tsukasa, she might be surprisingly on board with the whole thing. See, I knew he'd be here. Whew, speak of the devil. When did you two get here? Oh, talking about something you didn't want us to hear, were you? Boys will be boys, I guess. Oh my god, she's so cute. We can have Yaoi and Yuri in this, I believe. Look at her. A girl born and raised on Kamishima, she has a bright, friendly nature and an inquisitive personality. Currently in her second year of high school, she boasts excellent grades and a sharp intuition. Oh my god. She's been staying at a relative's house in Issei City since last year in order to attend an all-girls high school on the mainland. So she's definitely a lesbian. Okay, good. Good to know, good to know. And is currently back on Kamishima for summer break. Despite this, she frequently makes trips back to the island on weekends and has been trying her hand at underwater gatherings since the current diving season began. Her estimated diver rank is 6, however her teachers have been strongly encouraging her to aim for a national university. Okay. She's grown more conscious of their age difference and put some difference between her and herself. She hit it off with Sato, a girl who came to Kamishima to lodge with the Wakamuras a few months ago, and was looking forward to showing her around the island and helping her adapt to life there when she returns home. 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nakisa Awo, moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa shortly after. Tsukasa subsequently grew up in a single-mother household. Although she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father, her questions were always evaded, so she stopped inquiring. However, the fact that her mother never seems to have any financial difficulty despite not working has led her to quietly suspect he may still be involved in some way. Hey, you got us all wrong. We weren't talking about anything like that. Yeah, you gotta hear us out, Tsukasa. I was powerless to resist. I refused at first, but Azami insisted, and... Oh, tell me more. Oh my god. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. They're baking it in. You may as well admit it, Yuza. And Sato, what's with the sudden keen interest? She's a Fujoshi. I see my soul within her. The enigmatic girl. A mysterious girl currently lodging with Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Roughly 3 months ago, she suddenly arrived claiming she was the child of a relative of the Wakamuras. She showed no signs of attending school or doing any sort of work, instead spending her days holed up in the Wakamura household, leading many islanders to wonder just who she is and what she's doing there. Those who know about the Wakamura's high-interest money lending behind the scenes speculate that she might be the daughter of one of his borrowers, sent to work as a domestic servant to pay off a debt. But Sato herself is extremely easygoing and doesn't seem to be bothered by the endless rumors. A huge fan of television, she spends much of her spare time glued to the set in the Wakamura household, with their most recent obsessions being soap operas and 2-hour thrillers. However, she isn't all that fond of period dramas. She's good friends with Tsukasa Awao, who is close to her in age, and the two can often be seen enjoying themselves wandering the island together. Oh my god, lesbians. I ship them too. Ugh, let's just calm down, okay? It's not like that. We were having a perfectly normal conversation. Yeah, sure. Anyway. Don't just brush me off. You're getting pretty worked up, Azami. Don't act all innocent. You're the one who caused this mess. Sorry to interrupt your fun, but I really did have something to say. Folks are worried you haven't been showing up to the association meeting, Azami. You should probably get going. Oh, damn the meeting. It totally slipped my mind. Sorry, I gotta go for now, but I'll get in touch later. No problem. Thanks for coming, even though you're so busy. Well, I guess we'll be on our way too. Sorry, but we got some important business of our own to handle. We won't be able to help out with whatever you're up to. Recollection, huh? Unlocked past recollection chapter, Sato Shiranami. So you did hear what we were talking about? Only the part where my name came up. I didn't want to be nosy, though. I see, well, thanks for coming all the way out here to get Azami. I don't know what you guys are up to, but you piqued my interest. Be sure to tell me all about it later, okay? Anyway, see ya! Come on, Sato. Roger. Oh, one more thing. You better not forget about the day after tomorrow. Tell Azami he better remember, too. Sure, I'll tell him later. Okay. Okay. Now we got hers. Sato! Sato, you got a sec? Huh? So I was hoping to get a bit of advice. Thing is, you're the only one I can really talk to about this. Sure, what's up? If you got a problem, leave it to me. Kamashima's a living, walking, talking encyclopedia. Wow, that's a pretty impressive title, Miss Encyclopedia. Although I think the walking, talking kind of implies you're living already. Either way, I hope you can help. You know even if it kills me, I'll squeeze every last brain cell I've got to help you, Tsukasa. Right. But you're supposed to be a living encyclopedia, so please don't go dying on me. Thanks for being there for me, though. Oh my god. Oh, they're so cute together. Come on, let's go somewhere with no one else around, then. Clapping my little hands for my Yuri. Pardon me a moment, young ladies. Have some great mermaid adventures. Thank you, Tremor. Oh, yes? You mean us? Yes. Sorry for the trouble, but I was hoping to get some directions. Oh, are you here sightseeing? Welcome to Kamishima. I'm afraid it's not quite as relaxing as sightseeing. We're looking for the Wakamura residence. Would you happen to know where that is? The Wakamura residence? May I ask who you are? Oh, of course. Please, pardon my manners. My name is Yumiko Shiki, housewife from over in Tokyo. Okay, and who's this mysterious stranger next to you? Oh, a housewife. And this here is Soto Kiryu. He's something like an assistant to me. My pleasure. Oh my god, with him pushing up his glasses like that. But why does a housewife have an assistant? So he's 25, and her age is a secret. Oh my gosh. Oh, you must be guest for the old man. Wakamura house to just up the slope after you head through that alley. Hi, wandering. Welcome in. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you? Oh, so it was that way. Thank you, but I believe we can manage from here. Believe it or not, we've been running all around the region. We're quite used to the area now. Oh. Got it. Take care then. Ma'am? Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. We'll be on our way then. Sorry for stopping you. I'm not crazy. She was looking at me, right? Or was she looking at Sato? Because Sato's expression is interesting. She's very calm. And surprisingly quiet. Huh. Those two had a really strange vibe. The old man sure gets some unusual guests. Yeah, there was something about them. Don't you think that's the kind of aura that sorcerers would give off? I know what you're getting at. I've heard those rumors too. Everyone's saying that old man Wakamura has been super reliant on some shady sorcerer lately. He does look like the kind of guy that's investing in wizards on the side. The single most influential person in Kamishima. Although born to an ordinary fishing family on the island, he entered his 20s during the post-war economic boom, and through tireless work and juggling multiple side jobs, he managed to amass a small fortune over the years. He went on to invest this fortune in the development of Kamishima, not only upgrading its fishing equipment, but also improving the island's infrastructure to entice businesses to set up shop on the island. Efforts that have earned him the appreciation of the people all over the island. He currently holds many key positions on the island, including serving as the head of the Kamishima Fisheries Cooperative Association, and it is said that his appointment as the next mayor of Kamishima is all but confirmed. Although admired for his many contributions to Kamishima's development, his personality leaves much to be desired. With many stories of him using force to get things to go his way, he's often high-handed in his dealings with others, fully aware this position makes it difficult to oppose him. Having moved to his main home and base of operations to the mainland many years prior, there are abundant rumors that he has since added loan sharking and land grabbing to the list of ways he's willing to add to his sizable fortune. Hi, Nita. It is said that he recently became an ardent devotee of a certain famous sorcerer in Tokyo, and often relies on their guidance when making decisions. I did say they were from Tokyo, but maybe they really are sorcerers. Whatever. Come on, Sato, let's go. Yeah? What if Sato is the sorcerer? Okay, this spot should work just fine. Oh man, now that I'm actually about to talk about it, I'm getting super nervous. Oh my god, you think there's a sticker around here? Hold on, before you divulge what's like the depths of your heart or whatever, I'm looking for a bird sticker. I don't think there's any around here yet. At least not in this spot. This bay area is quite hard to find, so hardly anyone ever comes here, including the tourists. Which makes it the great place to talk in secret. Oh, there's still more we can investigate, huh? The sounds of waves and cicadas surround us. It's your typical summer day. Anything else? Anything else? We're all good? We're all good. Alright. Bare your soul to me. Alrighty. You said you wanted some advice. So, let's hear it. How can I help you, Miss Tsukasa? Oh, well, I do want your advice. But I'm not really sure where to start. Wow, I guess this really isn't an easy topic for her. In that case, let me start her off with another topic to loosen her up. Oh, Tsukasa, that reminds me. Did you catch that 2-hour suspense drama the other day? Huh, right, you said you were looking forward to it. I didn't see it. Ma was watching a period drama. Darn, that actor you like had a good part. He turned out to be the killer, though. Aw, I wish I could have watched it. You did just kind of spoil it for me, though. Wish I had a VCR like yours. You could record music shows and watch them over and over, right? That sounds amazing. Not many houses on the island have one, though. I know, it's a bit of a luxury, but being able to record and keep TV programs is the best. You love your TV more than I do. It's great you can enjoy whatever you like. I guess you'll be heading back to the mainland soon now that the Obon holidays are over. Yeah, I head back to my boarding school in 3 days, so I've only got until the day after tomorrow to take it easy here. Right, time sure flew by. I'm really going to miss you. Look me in the eye. Look me in the eye and tell me they're not lesbians. I'll wait. Tsukasa literally goes to an all-girls school, okay? That is like textbook lesbian. Name one straight girl that's gone to an all-girls school. Me too. Only 2 days left, huh? 2 days. What am I gonna do? I guess whatever she wants advice on is time sensitive. She wants to confess to you before she goes back to boarding school. I'm calling it now. She wants to confess her love to you before she goes back to boarding school. Okay. You really can't get enough of your TV. You think I watch too much? How much did you watch this summer? Well, I guess I'm pretty much always watching whenever I'm home. Nice. You should thank Old Man Wakamura for letting you watch as much as you want. We're hardly ever allowed to watch TV at the boarding school. Even at home, I'm always fighting over what to watch with Ma. It makes it damn hard for me to keep up with the conversations at school, you know? Maybe it's just got too much of an influence on everyone. Can't blame him either. It is pretty fun. So, the plans you were talking about for the day after tomorrow. I guess it's a get-together with the others before you head back? Yeah, that's right. Plans with the zombie and Yuza. I couldn't give them much time on the trip, so I figured they might be feeling a bit left out. Makes sense. You're pretty close friends. Totally. Even grown up, they still do the dumbest stuff. Just can't leave them be. Maybe I should leave you all to enjoy it without me then? No way! They're the lucky ones to have someone as cute as you come along with me. I need them to kiss. I need them to kiss. I need them to kiss. Speaking of TV, I saw something on the morning news. Yeah? What happened? They said an alma diver on the mainland went missing at sea. Yeah, I saw that too. I hope they find her safe. Apparently they're still searching, but it goes to show just how dangerous being an alma diver is. Yeah, even I've had a couple of moments out there that have been way too close. When the catch is right in front of you, it's easy to think you can just go a little bit further and end up pushing it just too far. Sounds scary. You be careful out there. Now that I think about it, a little while back, there was that story about old human bones found on the seabed near Toba. Whoa, I never heard about that one. That happened? Creepy. Maybe it was someone who went missing at sea? I just hope it isn't like a curse or anything. Yeah, the sea can be pretty scary. The old Alma grannies always told us. We islanders live with the sea. Never forget how fearsome it can be. That's why the Alma divers wear charms and mind the proper rites, right? Yep, gratitude, manners, and restraint towards the sea are never meant to be forgotten. That's the first thing they teach you when you start diving. You know, Sato, compared to when you first arrived on the island, you've really brightened up. Might be thanks to all that TV. Oh, was I really all that gloomy before? Yeah, up until about a month ago, it felt like there was a little cloud hanging over you whenever you spoke. It was like you were kind of depressed all the time. Like nothing in the world really mattered to you. Oh, so that's how I came off. Sorry for being such a downer. Yeah, you didn't crack jokes like you do now either. But this you? Way better. Having fun stuff going on really brought you to life. Makes sense. I'll try to keep up the positivity. Man, I can't believe my summer break's already coming to an end. Yeah, it's kind of sad. A little small talk and she seems to have calmed down a bit. Oops. Okay, I'm ready. I'll just say it. Go ahead. So, the thing is, I think I like someone. All right, go on. Well, hardly get to see each other anymore soon. I want to tell... No, it should have been Sato. It should have been Sato. No, why? It should have been Sato. I want to tell him how I feel while I'm still on the island. Makes sense. I'll help however I can. As Kamashima's living encyclopedia, I've seen this all on TV. I probably know a thing or two that can help, for sure. Yeah, you don't sound all that confident, which kind of makes me a little nervous, but I can tell you mean it. Thanks. I just really don't know what to do. So, which of the two is the lucky guy? Huh? What do you mean? No way, don't tell me you think I like Azami or Yuza. Wait, you mean it's not one of them? Am I falling for them? Not a chance. They're basically like brothers to me. I could never picture a romantic relationship with them. Oh, sorry, I just assumed. I call myself the living, walking, talking encyclopedia and brag that I've seen it all on TV, but I guess I really don't know anything. Sorry, this is so embarrassing. I'm gonna die now. Oh, don't sweat it, really. No dying. So you're saying there's still a chance. There's still a chance it could be Sato. But then, who is it? No point dragging it out, so I'll just tell you. It's Shotaro. Damn. He is kind of dreamy. Okay, bisexual queen. I'll allow it. Oh, Mr. Wakamura-san. I see. He's sincere, smart, and pretty handsome. I can see why you'd like him. Right. He's back visiting the island at the moment, but he usually goes to university in Tokyo. I've secretly admired him for ages, but I always thought he'd just see me as a kid. I figured he'd never be interested. But now that I go to school in the mainland by myself, and I'm even working as an ama diver. Hi, Brandy. I think he might see me as more of an adult now. More than before, anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. So you want to let him know how you feel while he's still on the island. Maybe it's all just one-sided on my end, but I can't keep these feelings bottled up. Then tell him. I'm with you. Girl, you're 17 and he's 21. If he says yes, you need to run. When I was 21, I was not interested in 17-year-olds. 19? Sure. But 17? That's crazy. Due to his father's influence, he was pampered by those around him from an early age, but he grew up to be a pleasant and sincere young man despite this attention. He is well regarded by those who know him, often being told that he has been blessed with a sharp intellect, good looks, and a variety of talents. He is currently attending a university in Tokyo and is back on Kamishima for summer break. Although his father Shinobu wants Shotaro to inherit the influence and wealth he has spent much of his life building up, Shotaro himself has no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he's skeptical of the old-fashioned, insular ways of island society, and regards his father as the very embodiment of those outdated mores, viewing him more as with utter disgust for his overbearing, vulgar tendencies and superstitious beliefs. I want to tell Shotaro how I feel the day after tomorrow. What do you think I should do? You're staying with the Wakamuras right now, right? Know anything about him that might help? Well, I'm afraid Miss Encyclopedia might not have that kind of info. You don't have that much info at all, do you? I mean, he's honestly not home most of the time, so there's a lot I don't know about him. Feels like he's always got something to do, checking in on folks all over the island. Like, I don't suppose you know if he has a girlfriend in Tokyo or anything? I'm afraid I'm not sure. Tokyo's packed with beautiful girls, right? A guy like him won't be left alone for long. Well, from what I've seen, I haven't noticed him keeping in touch with anyone. Then, what about his likes? Something he'd be happy to get? Let me think. Sorry, nothing's coming to mind at all. I really may as well just go die somewhere. Come on, don't say that. Thinking it through with me is more than enough. You've got to stop joking about dying like that. Oh, Tsukasa, how about this? I'm pretty sure I can ask Shotaro to meet us somewhere. I'll organize that for now, and we can plan from there. How does that sound? Oh, that sounds good. Thank you so much, Sato. Aww. I still want them to get together instead. So, we kicked around ideas the whole way back, but in the end, writing a love letter and handing it to him's the best call. That's the plan, right? High five. Yep. Since way back when, the tried and true love letter has always worked. A classic method. I like it. I have written my fair share of love letters and confession letters in the past. It is a solid method. You're heading out to dive tomorrow morning, right? Yeah, weather's looking good. Alrighty, then I'll ask him to come by the bay a little afternoon. That work for you? Hi, Saitama. Welcome in. Yeah, I just need to have the letter ready by tomorrow. Hey, can you look it over before I give it to him? Of course, I'll fix it up even if it kills me. Thanks. I'll even write it even if it kills me, too. Oh, I'm already so nervous. Hey, you two over there. Huh? Is that who I think it is? There he is. Look at him. It is! It's Shotaro! Oh, wow. Speak of the devil. Hey, sorry to interrupt. Oh my god, he's like classic dreamy guy. That's so crazy. How you doing? I'm doing good. We're playing a fun little supernatural thriller visual novel. I'm a big visual novel fan. I love reading with pictures. Oh, he's totally glowing as usual. Is something wrong? Have you seen Azami? He didn't show up to today's association meeting. Oh, I see. I haven't seen him today. I think I know where he is. I'll go get him. Oh, you do? I could count on you, Tsukasa. I'll let you handle it then. Oh my god, he's playing her like a fiddle right now. Like a hi, baby. Poyo. I love reading too, so much that I write a lot as well. Yeah, I do enjoy writing. It's a fun thing. Sure, no problem. Okay. Oh man, he called me by my name. I'm so fired up right now. Let's do this. Yeah, let's. First off, let's find those two. Bet they're up at the Kanekisho ruins. Let's go, Sato. Right behind you. And this is where they met up with them. Alright, completed that recollection. And now we have Yumiko Shiki's. New perspective. Okay. Miss Shiki, there you are. Sorry for calling you all the way out here. Not at all. Thank you for bringing the case to our attention. I hear you've got an unusual corpse on your hands. Well, forensics aren't here yet, so I honestly don't know whether it can even be called a corpse or not. But I do know it'll cause a stir if anyone catches sight of it, so right now we're just trying to keep the busybodies away. I sure am glad it happened while you were still here, though. With you being from the Metropolitan Tokyo Police and all. Where is our cadaver, then? Still in the water out there where it was found. Feel free to go ahead and examine it. Over there. I see. Oh, there it is. Vision ability on. Ooh, okay. Well, first of all, are there any of the stickers? I knew there'd be one. Mockingbird number 2 discovered, baby. The Turninator. Hell yeah, baby. Okay. Oh, I see. So this is the corpse in question, is it? Unusual is certainly one word for it. It's all dried up now. Almost like it's been mummified. But apart from that, it's pretty safe to say this is a mermaid, right? Let's take a closer look at it. As you can see, there's no doubt it has a human head. That's the main reason we went ahead with treating it as a corpse. That makes sense. I can't imagine anyone would have seen a creature like this before, after all. Poor Ariel, they got her. Oh no. I don't remember this in the Little Mermaid movies. If it really is a mermaid, wouldn't this be a pretty huge discovery? It's not the sort of thing we'll be able to make public, that's for sure. I don't suppose we have any way of confirming their identity. Their identity? Given the state of the body, it'd probably be difficult to confirm based on facial features, but we might have a chance using dental records. Well, that would depend on if they've ever had a dental exam. I see. That makes sense. The lower body half is identical to the fishtail. This is a fish, it'd be a pretty huge one. It seems the fish half of the body begins from the shoulders downward. All the mermaids I've heard of have had the fishtail start from the waist down. If it's a fake, maybe whoever made it didn't do their research? Really? Several of the mermaids described in old Japanese legends had their faces as the only human part, though. Seriously? Guess that makes me the one who didn't do their research, then. This really is a corpse. I wonder how they died. I doubt their body would have ended up this desiccated if it had been in the sea the whole time. You think there's a possibility that they died, shriveled up into a mummy-like state, and then their body fell into the sea and got washed up here? That makes for quite the enigma, that's for sure. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards it being a fake of some kind. What do you think? It's true that many of the mermaid mummies discovered were ultimately found to have been man-made in origin. Yeah. Revelation of many of these mermaids were man-made does not disprove the existence of mermaids, and debate on the topic continues even to this day. You won't find me complaining if it is. Don't need to investigate a fake corpse, after all. Maybe that's just being too optimistic, though. We'll just have to see about that, won't we? No sign of any external wounds. I can't see anything that could have caused their death, at least. When I first saw this expression, I thought they must have died in unbelievable agony. But at the same time, I can't help but feel like they look almost satisfied? Could just be my imagination, though. Satisfied. This is Furamigaura, the coastline just northeast of Ise City. It's a pretty popular location for tourists, and there are several beaches nearby, so a bunch of people are milling around. It certainly is an impressive sight. It's too bad we couldn't come here as simple tourists. Okay. It's since been merged with Ise City. Said to originate from a visit to the area by Yamato Hime no Mikoto. According to the legend, the area's beauty caused her to turn to look back upon it, leading to Futami, look twice, becoming part of its name. They originally came from Mie to Tokyo to investigate another case. But with so many other incidents occurring, I can't help but get the sinking feeling something troublesome is about to happen. Detective Ide has been a huge help to us so far. We may be able to reveal some of our circumstances to him. Let me chat with this beautiful man real quick. Is there anything that stands out to you so far, Soto? I'd like to get a better grasp on the details before I say anything, I think. Okay. Do we know what the situation was when the corpse was found? I just got here as well, so I'm not sure on the details myself. But from the sounds of it, a local civilian happened across it about an hour ago as they were passing by. They got us on the scene immediately, so no one else should have seen it. That's a relief. We don't want people working themselves into a frenzy over this. Where is that local now? We got someone taking their statement in a nearby police box. I'll let you know when we get more info there. Please do. really do have a mermaid on our hands. You think all those stories about becoming immortal from eating mermaid flesh are true? Oh, so you're curious about that too, Detective? Well, I don't know if I'd actually want to eat it, though. Living forever doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happy, you know? Besides, I can't say I find the thought of eating meat from this thing all that appealing. I see. I suppose that is the natural response. But there are plenty of people who would be interested in getting their hands on this corpse for that exact reason. I can see that. You might even have people fighting over it if it gets out. All the more reason to keep it hidden. Sure is a troublesome thing we got our hands on here. Okay. Well, I think we have a decent grasp on the situation now. What's your opinion, Soto? First of all, based on the state of the corpse, I think it's safe to say this is another case of the curse of the forsaken fish. Some of the residual curse energy is still lingering around the body. Just as expected, then. I suppose that's no surprise. Huh? What was that just now? I'll try to explain our understanding of the case so far, Detective. I realize that some of it might sound a bit absurd, but please, bear with us. This corpse is neither a fake, nor could it be called a mermaid. It is the remains of a human, one transformed into a fish as the result of a curse. What? A former human? And a curse, too? It's pretty hard to know what to say to that. One thing's for sure, that's not going to fly in the case report by itself. Mind explaining it for me? Of course. Let's start with an explanation of our circumstances, then. I'll let you handle the explanations, ma'am. Of course, leave it to me. In return, I'll be counting on you to handle the report. He's so cute. It's like, damn. That I could slack off. First, I suppose I should start with a brief explanation of the department I work for. Wait, aren't you part of some secret department in the security division over Tokyo? Are you sure you should be telling me something like this? I'm not gonna get caught up in some troublesome business if you do, am I? No need to worry. I doubt it'll come to that. Probably. Our work is mostly kept a secret because it's something of a pain to find people who will accept, let alone understand, the circumstances each time. But you've been very supportive so far, so I can't imagine that will be a problem. Well, if you really insist, go ahead, I guess. As you say, my department is indeed part of the security division. Its proper name is the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. There we go. Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. The current chief of Paranormal Affairs is a man named Koiru Nagagoshi. Although said to have been born to a family of psychics who have been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomenon for generations, Koiru is an elusive figure. Very few have met him in person, and he is rarely seen in the office. It is said that this is because he has often been the target of curses. However, some theorize that it is because Koiru is not actually a flesh and blood human, with some going so far as to question whether he really exists. Yeah, this is the guy that the psychic girl from the first game was working for. His seat in the office is usually occupied by his familiar, a Nue, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. The Nue resembles an ordinary white thrush and acts as Koiru's messenger, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. The term Nakagoshi case serves as code used to refer to cases under the Paranormal Investigation Department. Jeez, the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, huh? Though if there really are cases of spiritual phenomena causing problem all over the place, I guess it's not that hard to believe there'd be some sort of organization to deal with them within the police. Precisely. I'm glad you're so quick on the uptake. Well, after seeing that corpse over there's not much else I can do but believe it, you know? Well, so does that mean you have spirit sense or some other sort of psychic powers? Not to any notable degree, I'm afraid. As I've mentioned, I'm primarily a housewife. If you ask me, I'd rather sort this all out and get back home to my husband as soon as possible. Right. Soto here was my husband's protege when he used to work as a psychic, though. He helps me out on any work I'm assigned to. I'm responsible for handling any spiritual work that comes up, yes. Spiritual work, huh? Hearing you say that like it's just another job really makes me feel like we're talking about another industry entirely. But if you really are just a housewife, Mrs. Cheeky, why are you working for a special unit like that? I know it's none of my business, but if your husband's a psychic, wouldn't all this be more in his line of work? True. Personally, I've always found our roles were reversed. But there are several reasons why that unfortunately can't be the case. I see. I don't really know your circumstances, but it sounds pretty tough. Either way, I should be good to put this down as a paranormal affairs case, right? That should be fine, yes. You can leave the rest of the investigation to us. We'll handle the report. More specifically, Soto will. Really? Thanks! That's a great help. Look at him. Not again. Okay. Woman who balances her work as a housewife with her position as a full-time employee of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Although the very image of a refined lady in appearance, she has a surprisingly free-spirited personality and tends to find anything she has no interest in too bothersome to take care of. Things that do catch her attention, on the other hand, often command all of it, and she will actively involve herself into looking into them. She utterly adores her husband, swooning in admiration whenever the topic turns to him, and she is also viewed with affection by her coworkers who call her ma'am. Out of the 5 current full-time members of the Paranormal Activities Bureau, Yumiko alone lacks any particular metaphysical abilities, despite possessing a meager degree of spirit sense. Even so, she was chosen to be part of the Bureau's elite unit for a very particular reason. Reasons known only to a handful of people close to her. There was once one other member of the Bureau who had no paranormal powers to speak of, veteran police detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi, and the two occasionally worked on investigations together. Oh, Tetsuo Tsutsumi! Oh, the memories, bro. When dispatched on assignments now, she always pairs up with the freelance psychic detective Soto Kiryu, leaving all paranormal-related procedures and often her much-despised paperwork to him. Yumiko's husband is also a psychic by the name of Itensai Shiki, and Soto is his cherished protege. Okay, so we still don't know that much about him. Okay. Yeah, we know about curses because we played the first game. I was wondering if it would tell us about the curse for the mermaid thing, but I guess not. Not yet. Okay. So, does that mean you came all the way to Mie because you knew something like this was going to happen? Oh, that's awfully perceptive of you, detective. I suppose you could say that, yes. At the very least, the situation hadn't come as a huge surprise. Ah, that's the case. Was the body from the other day one of those cases too, then? Oh. Oh, now we get to learn more from his perspective. It was indeed, yes. Seriously? That does sound like a pain to deal with. I bet our chief knew all about this when he assigned me the case. To lessen the burden, you've been a great help to us so far, detective. Still, I never would have thought that there's a curse out there that can turn people into a fish. It only half worked, so the victim ended up looking like a mermaid. That's bound to cause some misunderstandings. The curse is originally meant to turn a person's whole body into that of a fish, you see. But the victim died before the transformation was complete, so it stopped before it could reach that point. The vast majority of the mermaids discovered over the years are either man-made fakes or victims of the same curse. I see. To be honest, part of me kind of excited when I first saw what it looked like. I thought it might mean there really are mermaids out there, you know? Exactly like the ones you hear about in the stories. I'm afraid we can neither confirm nor deny things there. Oh, I get now why you're asking about the corpse's identity now. It's because you realize they used to be human, right? That's right. Very recently, too. The transformation likely happened yesterday, or even earlier today. What? That recently? Someone really could just end up in a state like that after just a day? They certainly could. Seriously, those curses sure are scary. I'll get forensics to take a look when they get here, then. Please do. The investigator in question has worked on paranormal affairs cases before, so they shouldn't need any explanation. Right, the case from yesterday. Great, that should save us some effort then, at least. Cursed one day, a mummified corpse the next. Sure is a scary world we live in. You know, I sometimes find myself wondering if I have a bit of spirit sense myself. There have been times I've caught sight of a strange thing when walking down a road at night. And when I looked into it later, I found the place I walked into by had been the site of an accident or the like. Oh, that might be the real deal then. It's definitely a possibility. I would advise not going too close to anything you see of that nature. It becomes easier for them to target you if they realize you're aware of them, you see. Jeez, what would happen then? Things that end up possessed or something? There is the danger of that, yes, in the event you are possessed. You may find yourself afflicted by headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations. Memory problems and impaired thinking are also not unheard of. Ugh, headaches and muscle stiffness definitely ring a bell. I sure hope it isn't the work of some spirit. I think that's just because you're older. People have their personalities taken over when possessed too? It may be possible with spirits who've had a very close relationship to their target, such as if they were siblings or were parent and child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. The negative effects I just mentioned are primarily caused by the two parties not being in sync. Yeah, we saw possession in the first game as well. Partial possession with the best friend. It's good to know, I think. Even if a spirit were able to successfully possess someone, it would only be able to pressure them to behave in ways that wouldn't be unusual for the individual in question. I see, but in that case, there's no way of knowing whether you're behaving that way of your own will or not, right? Exactly. Hence the prevalence of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Huh. That's how things work there. As far as I know, I haven't been having any problems like that, though, so I think I should be fine. Having spirit sense seems like it's more trouble than it's worth somehow. Oh my god, he's a doting father of 2 sons and a daughter. If pressed to discuss his hobbies, they would include walking and combination puzzles. Strangely enough, he also happens to be walking nearby whenever incidents occur, leading him to be the first on the scene, even when off duty. Something his colleagues frequently tease him about. He probably does have spirit sense. I don't mind occult stuff, so I've been asking all these questions out of curiosity. But it's probably best I don't get too involved in all this paranormal business, right? You must have had a good reason to keep it all under wraps after all. I think that would be wise, yes. Okay, so we've all talked about all that. What about, you're all good? He's worked with me as an assistant for a long time now, although he usually makes his living as a psychic detective. He's not officially with the police, but with my assignments being what they are, he has a special permission to accompany me on our investigations. There we go. He has no permanent residence, instead traveling throughout the country for training and resolving any metaphysical incidents he comes across, something which eventually led him to gaining his current moniker within the industry. Although he has a calm and taciturn personality and is possessed by a sharp mind, he is surprisingly sensitive by nature. However, this trait does not extend to mercy towards spirits or other phenomenon, which he often ends up subduing by force. So curses. Shagan, the ability to see the face of the deceased individual from their remains, allowing for a recreation of their features via portrait sketch. Only a small piece of the deceased's remains is necessary to use this ability. However, enough of the thought and desires of the dead individual must remain for it to be effective. And then Beast of Shadows. Okay. He was born with an exceptionally potent spirit sense, even within this lineage, leading to his abilities catching with the attention of the legendary psychic Itensai Shiki when he was just 8 years old. Okay. Even now, he's quick to respond when summoned by his mentor's wife, Yumiko Shiki, and often supports her during his work. He has a keen interest in swords and is extremely knowledgeable about blades from all countries and eras. Oh my god, he's a sword nerd. That's pretty cute. Ma'am. What is it? Perhaps I could use my Shagan ability and see if it produces any results. Ah, that's an excellent idea. I almost forgot we had such a handy trick up our sleeves. Shagan? What does that do? Patience, detective. You'll see soon enough. Right. There. It's done. Oh, so it went well, did it? Well done, Soto. What's all this about, then? Soto can see the face of the deceased from a piece of their remains, however small. He can then sketch their features based on what he saw. So that's how you got to sketch the victim in that other case. An ability like that would be priceless if we could use it on the force, you know? Well, I hear it doesn't always work. So it's unfortunately not foolproof. So, what did our victim look like? Oh, that's straight up his mom. That's straight up. Where is Mari Minakuchi? Is that not just Mari Minakuchi? This face, it's Somikawa. Wait, Somikawa? You can't mean... Oh damn, it extended. Okay. Welcome, ma'am. I've been waiting for you. The site where the bones were found is a little ways offshore from this beach. You went ahead and started the investigation, I see. Thanks for that. Not at all. You clearing everything with the local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. To get straight to the point, there is no doubt. Signs of a curse are clearly evident. The skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Seems I was right to trust my intuition on this one. All right then, let me hear the full report. Understood. Take a look around. Any bird stickers? Maybe not here. I don't think there's any bird stickers here. Damn. It'd be crazy if there were. Okay. It's famous for a filming location of one of Japan's most well-known monster films. Those old tokusatsu films are the best. You should watch some yourself, Soto. As you wish. I'll look into it. Oh my god. She's a tokusatsu fan? Okay. To begin, we shall review the details of the case. Is that really necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. Not a day goes past that I don't admire your diligence, Soto. My thanks. I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled up a rod-like object. It resembled a human bone, so he notified the police. That was about 10 days ago. So he fished it up completely by chance. Following that, the police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area. They discovered multiple skeletal remains in a fissure beneath the rocks. All the remains were severely deteriorated, with each being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There was just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skull remained, so facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. Still, with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed. I'll report my discovery shortly. You know, one possibility comes to mind. Will you humor me? Please, go ahead. I wonder if those skeletal remains could be the victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago. Regrettably, that's not the case. Oh, darn it! Please don't sound so defeated. Forensics confirmed 5 bodies in total. They said each had decomposed over a different length of time. Oh, meaning they didn't all die at the same time? Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. The others go back some 10 years before that. Another 10 years and another 10 after so. So roughly 1 body every 10 years? Indeed. I imagine that any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. Which means that someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades? Surrounded by rock and with minimal currents in the area, it's unlikely they drifted there naturally. Had that bone not been fished up by chance, we'd never have known. In other words, it was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. So this was no accident. Someone did this. I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed, but I've already cleansed the lingering resentment in the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifesting, after all. Efficient as always. My thanks. There is one more point of concern that remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore a clean, precise cut, clearly severed. Severed? You're saying they were sliced straight through the bone? Exactly. Each was sliced down through the bone, all with a clean cut as smooth as the last. Forensics noted that reproducing such uniform cuts would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation is that a master swordsman wielding a razor-sharp katana cleaved each of them with a single stroke. Yes, well, that certainly would explain it. But warriors don't exactly run around with swords in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose. Correct. The cuts were made by supernatural means. The rules change. And as it turns out, there were traces of a curse at each of the severed points. It was just a matter of time until we found one. Also, for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a cursed echo that looked like a warrior in armor. A cursed echo in armor? Yes. Judging from the crust on its armor and given our location, it appears to be a curse tied to the Heike. Right, the Heike. You are familiar with the Heike, I assume. well, please explain it to me. I'm not too sure. The Heike were a branch of the Tyra clan, a warrior family who rose to the power at the end of the Heian period. From their base in the Ise province, they expanded their influence, reaching great heights under the Taira no Kiyomori. But in their pride, they were defeated by the Genji in what is now known as the Genpei War. Oh my god, the sword nerd. He's excited to yap. Ah, yes, of course, I knew that. The tale of the Heike preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regret. Their resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Indeed, you hear about it all over the place. I guess even by expert standards, it's still quite the problem. Oh my god. Let's see. Making sure we're not missing anything crazy. Arrogant rule and dictator of grasp on power led to many turning against the Tyra clan, stirring of rebellion. Okay. After their defeat, the surviving members of the Tyra clan, now disgraced as fallen warriors, scattered across the country and lived out their days in hiding. Even to this day, legends of the Tyra clan survivors persist in various regions across Japan. Okay. What's more, the katana that the curse echo carried. I believe it may have been the famed blade, Nukamaru. Nukamaru? Yes, a blade passed down through the Heike, once wielded by Taira no Tadamori. I see. It would seem your love of swords has proved rather useful here. So what you're saying is these skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse? I can't say it was Tadamori himself, but I'm confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. At the very least, it offers explanation for those mysteriously perfect cuts. But the bodies being dumped every decade surely can't be the curse too, can it? Correct. I imagine that part likely involves further intervention by someone else. So this wasn't an accident or some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there. Indeed. However, I can't imagine any psychic with enough power to wield such a curse would dispose of the bodies so poorly. My theory is someone is using a curse stone. They're killing through its curse, then discarding the bodies. A curse stone? Think of it as a talisman that lets even those without spirit sense use the power of curses. They're created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic. That sounds dangerously convenient. There were a few incidents involving curse stones in Tokyo last year, actually. Didn't you hear? Oh, now that you mention it, that somewhat rings a bell. Yeah, I remember. So in short, whoever's behind this, what if What if his mom used a curse stone? So he's under the impression his mom was a mermaid. But what if his mom wasn't a mermaid? What if his mom was a curse stone user and she was using the curse stone to get rid of people, and then she was escaping her life to try to start fresh in the new countryside, possessing a stone imbued with the Heiki's curse. They use it to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea. Yes, that aligns with the evidence. Thank you for the summary. Now then, about those skeletal remains. Were you able to use your shotgun, Soto? Yes, I did. It only worked on the most recent body, though. The one from 6 years ago. By viewing parts of the remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch of how he looked when he was alive. Here's a copy. I've already provided one to the police as well. Impressive. That ability of yours remains quite the asset. Okay, so a man with the long hair tied back. Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Besides, there are those who could simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it. Even so, none of those methods would hold up as admissible evidence in court. But as a lead in our investigation, it's more than enough. Excellent work. Thank you. We had the police compare the sketch against the missing people from 6 years ago. But no matches were found. Darn. Would have made things much easier. Oh. Well, if it's from the body's from 6 years ago, but the disaster happened 5 years ago, obviously it couldn't be the bodies because they were still alive when this body was killed. That's how time works. So obviously it wouldn't be one of them. The question is who? Who is it? Makes you think. Detective Ide is continuing the investigation. Oh, the detective with the local police. I've heard he's good, so let's hope he proves it. A Toba seabed skeleton. Victims' identities are unclear. All victims are male. Each body is thought to have been disposed of at least at different times. Most recent body dates to be about 6 years ago. Facial sketch of this individual obtained using Soto Kiryu's Shagan ability. Okay, all of the victims are men. I think that's important. That's probably is one of the features of the curse stone. The other remains show signs of gradual aging, with the oldest dating back more than 30 years. Although the presence of older remains has also been confirmed, they have been completely decayed and it is impossible to tell how old they are. It is unlikely the bodies could have drifted into the fissure naturally, so it's thought that someone has been discarding them there every few years. Each skeleton shows signs of clean, precise cut inflicted by a sharp blade. Traces of a curse were also detected from around the severed sections. The victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heiki. Okay. Say, Soto, that sketch of yours. Maybe we should show it to some of the locals. Oh, good point. Someone might recognize them if they were around here 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse. I guess we can't just leave things be like that for now we know that there's a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with it. There you go again. Are you sure that's something you should be saying out loud? Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, we all know how much you love your home. You can see the sea from here, all the way to Kamishima. Do you sense anything out there, Soto? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kamishima are saturated with the powerful presence of the curse of the raging waves. I can sense it even from this distance. That's how strong it is. Is that so? Looking out to sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we've made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. The seal is broken. There's no doubt about it. So it's already broken. That isn't good. The sea still seems calm, though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes, something seems to be holding it back. For now. Oh. So there's a silver lining at least. It seems stable for the moment. We probably have 2 or 3 days of safety. Then, we've got a bit of breathing room. Perhaps there's still something we can do. There we go. A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the sea around Kamishima. It's said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located to the south of Kamishima, after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. The person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishima was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. So his mom was the curse bearer. Okay. But how would they know that she has the curse? I hope we can do something about the curse of the raging waves while it's still being held back. Yes, but despite all the efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? We have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is either. I apologize on behalf of my family. Ma'am, behind you. Behind me? Oh. Who's that? Is someone from the town passing by? She bolted! Soto, after her! On it. Hey, stop! Let me go! I didn't do nothing wrong! I've apprehended the suspect. Good work. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? What were you doing here? Why did you run? What? Don't get smart with me. You're the suspicious one sneaking around poking into things. You think folks won't be wary with shady types like you wandering through the city? Ah, I see. Sorry if we gave you a scare. We're with the police. Nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby? Yes? That's what we're looking into. You don't look like the police. Say, do you live around here? There's something I'd like you to take a quick look at. Do you recognize this face at all? We believe he may have been around here about 6 years ago. Huh? No, don't know him. I see. Then, could you point us in the direction of someone who might know about the people coming and going in town? No idea. Ask whoever you want. Can I go? No, I got nothing to do with this. Don't know a thing. All right. Sorry for holding you up. What a peculiar woman. It was like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Well, either way, I should talk to more people in town. Agreed. Also, could you ask around and find out who that woman is? Of course. Several hours later. Ma'am, I've learned a few things. Excellent, let's hear it. There's the sticker. Mockingbird number 13, baby. Maverick Manny. Look at him. He's beautiful. I showed the sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. However, it would seem no one here recognizes him at all. Unfortunately, I suppose the chances are he wasn't from this area to begin with. Guess we'll have to place our hopes in the Detective Ide then. Asked about the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently she isn't originally from this town. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Apparently she wandered into town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. So is this Mare? Okay. I'll keep my theory to my chest for now. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old woman box, which she was clutching as if it was very dear to her. Nothing but an old wooden box. Supposedly, she used to work as an ama diver. Around when she first moved here, she'd occasionally go diving for fish. These days, she keeps to herself and no one ever sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Perhaps she fled from something and moved here to live her life here. That was suggested, yes, but she's never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Although, according to her landlord, she's never been late on rent. And she's never caused any problems either. Still, it seems odd she'd get so worked up about strangers coming into town. Doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were with the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if anyone would show up. Right, I mean, the most recent body's from 6 years ago, and she arrived in a town 5 years back. The timing is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. You better keep an eye on her. Agreed. Were you able to get her name? Apparently her last name is Somakawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Somakawa? Why does that name sound so familiar? Check our profiles. More than 20 years ago, Mare Somekawa arrived on Kamishima with no possessions to her name. So she's going by her old name. That's his mom. Okay. You've heard it before? I think so, but I can't quite remember where. But I'm a woman who cast off her past long ago. I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. Not this again. Let's leave any time-consuming background checks to Detective Ide. Very well, I'll inform him. There we go, Somakawa. A woman living in Toba. Although she occasionally does work as an ama diver, it's unclear who she is and where she came from. She apparently showed up in Toba about 5 years ago with nothing but a grubby wooden box to her name and has been living there ever since. Okay. Good to know, good to know. You don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't worry about that. I'm confident in the likeness. It should be a near perfect match. Hi, Jenny. You're right, I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you. So this means the woman might have been marking us since we got here. It's possible. I apologize for not noticing sooner. Even a moment's lapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless. I won't let it happen again. You can be cursed that easily? That's terrifying. What a world we live in. That concludes all the information I've gathered from my inquiries. That helps a lot, thanks. Shall I summarize our next steps? Yes, I suppose we'll need to do something about all this. Let's see. Regarding the unidentified skeletons. Until we can identify the victims from the sketch, we have no other leads to move forward. I believe this is best left in Detective Ide's hands. Yes, agreed. And I think the same goes for that Somakawa woman from earlier. We'll have Detective Ide look into her. That's nice to have someone we can rely on. Agreed on that end, too. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton case to him for now. Yes, though we should remain vigilant regarding the curse stones. Regarding our main objective, or the so-called curse of the raging waters. Without knowing how to lift it, there's not much we can do right now. I don't suppose there's a chance you'll be able to break the curse using brute force. You're quite good at that. It's certainly an option if worse comes to worse, but I can't say I have high hopes it would work. I guess it would be more realistic to try to find some clues about whereabouts of your ancestors' keepsake instead. Indeed. It said that item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waters. But even the location on the map pointing out that keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although the map was said to be hidden inside a model of a mermaid mummy. One rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. Well, that doesn't sound promising. If we can't find it, I guess we're trying to break the curse with brute force. To even consider that route, we need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head to Kamishima. And at the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, hopefully someone of influence there will believe us about the curse of the raging waters. Is something wrong? No, it's just that one of the islanders I spoke to seems to be calling me over. Something may have happened. I'll go find out. Please do. Ma'am. What was it? The person who called me over shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it a secret, but opened up since we're with the police. Go on. Earlier this morning, down by the shore, they apparently found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid. A mermaid, really? The same person who reported it to the local authorities was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police. You're kidding me. That local authority then contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved the mermaid corpse. That couldn't be more suspicious, could it? Exactly. They were uneasy about the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What shall we do? Did they describe what the mermaid looked like? Yes. They said from head to shoulders it was a human, but below that, entirely fish. So it was not the classic mermaid from the fairy tales, it would seem. Only the head was human. They also said it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. But they thought it resembled a local ama diver by the name of Tamiko Suma. What? Apparently she went out diving alone this morning and hasn't returned. That's likely what worried the witness most. That is troubling. Damn it, just what we needed. More things to deal with. First things first, let's deal with this mermaid story. Come on. There we go. Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man. Not like I have much choice when it's some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division, was it? Yeah, I thought you were just some housemaid. Sure you're not from the police in that getup? Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unka Kudono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. Rumors, huh? Unka Kudono. Let's see, he's a tycoon. He's 70 also. Okay. Needs to sell other items to ward off evil spirits. Then the business expanded in trading company. Okay. He inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks. A practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kaneshima. Those who have received Yamashina's support view him as both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unka Kudono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. He has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effort to garner ever more status and money. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, and has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driving his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. Okay, so he wants the mermaid. Yes, I hear you're doing some, under-the-table research into immortality. And so what if I am? Well, now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable. Also, Berserk, thank you so much for the 3 years. Oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you. I can't believe it's been 3 years already, Berserk. Holy shit. You can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police, anyway? It seems, on this particular occasion, it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately. You don't say. Yeah, we say because you stole a body. Ooh, bird. Mockingbird number 9 acquired, baby. I don't suppose there would be a 2-for-1 special, huh? Probably not. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning. What? That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it into police custody.
No idea what you're on about.
Of course you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange.
Like I said, no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram.
Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share.
Assuming you really are interested in immortality.
Well, I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural you'd be wary of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unkakudono? I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth?
Useless. A lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have let this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place. Far too big for their britches.
My, what a scathing review. Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment at all?
Please don't call me that.
I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinion on the matter, I take it you've been struggling? Though I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself.
That might have been true when I started my research.
Oh, I take it that isn't the case now.
I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Won't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime.
Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though.
Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor.
Oh?
Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the whole time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job.
Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean you no longer have any need for immortality, then?
Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research. For medical advancement, you understand. Think of it as me doing my bit for society.
Meanwhile, I was right under everyone's nose the whole time. Oh my god, hi, Cola. Hi.
You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. But you should mind your own business for a change.
Well, there's not much we can say to that. I'll try to be more discerning from now on. There's one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality.
And what would you know about that?
Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I wanted to say is that it's just that. A legend that has no basis in reality at all.
How can you be so sure?
Just think about it, if that legend were true. Wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found?
Yeah, to say they aren't just living in hiding.
The legend of Yao Bikuni is passed down over 100 places in Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it.
So you mean all those legends were fake? Please. If even just one of those tales is true, there's always a chance there's an immortal hiding around somewhere.
I see. You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you?
Figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or another. And now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out. I think we have to kill this guy, Soto. Immortality and happiness do not connect. At least they do not at the time. Yeah, no. It would suck to be immortal, honestly. In this economy. Alright. Already written up my will and passed it on to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know, too. Okay. Yumiko. By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you?
Why, I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself earlier. I'm just a simple housewife.
A likely tale. Plus that fellow next to you's got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he?
My, how observant you are. I suppose you could say that, yes.
Doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you? Phony? Had a nerve, did I? I had far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power, feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you.
You seem to have quite a chip of your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina.
I don't know if it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe. Yeah, we know about the occult craze. You're telling me this house has a wife? Yeah. Okay. That Wakamura over there on Kanashima's one of them. Talk about a waste of potential.
Wakamura.
Can't say I care much about who you are anymore. Going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know. How dare you?
Soto, calm down. He can think whatever he wants. We know you're the real deal, Soto. So, you admit you have the mermaid corpse, then? Oh, don't worry. We assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in some sort of mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over.
So you can hog it for yourself? You won't fool me that easily.
You don't think it's a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute?
I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved.
I suppose so.
I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly. Don't you worry about that. Okay.
By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk to you about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize this person in the sketch. It seemed he lived in Ise-shima area around 6 years ago.
Nope, never seen him.
I assume you've also heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed. This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be?
First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me.
Who might this Wakamura be?
Wakamura? He's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over on Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one. That changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo.
A phony sorcerer in Tokyo?
You heard right. Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in mountains, changing company names, all because something the sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place. So recently he was going on about some curse causing a big storm. That sort of rubbish.
A storm caused by a curse, you say?
Even said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. I'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kaneshima.
I see. So even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult?
And you do? Figured someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull out curses left and right?
You won't find me disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse?
Hell if I remember. Why don't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself?
Maybe we will. Thank you for the information. Is there anything else you can tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to?
Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. Never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself.
Of course, we'll be sure to do so. Looking at the corpse the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely that it was taken into custody by Mr. Yamashima here. He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw around both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police would know of him, and of his moniker, Unka Kudono. He had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to even get a meeting with them. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse back from him. Although I certainly won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well. I hear he's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with them. That's good to know. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Iseshima. He has long been rumored to be involved in various shady dealings. Special Investigations has had his eye on him for a while, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence so far. It seems he has a knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Needless to say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other by this point. Though I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. There's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as I get the information I need out of him. What do you gotta say about this, Soto? I'm amazed we're able to get an appointment with them so quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide. It would seem he's quite a capable fellow. Okay, we're good on that. These splendid gardens all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Ise City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family. But I suppose he has an image to maintain. Okay. Apparently he wears that crescenta kama every day. Not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in the summer heat, that's commitment to keeping up appearances. How about this, then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality. Which suggests to me you've found something you consider quite conclusive.
What do you want about?
Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people.
Ma'am, are you sure?
It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see.
You don't say. And?
Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality.
I knew it.
More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals.
So they have a lifespan of 800 years. That's right. As the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately. Sounds like a real blessing. No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like this is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed. This immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans. A curse? Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It is a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness. Not one. It renders living among other humans impossible and makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends with parting. You outlive whoever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did. I suppose that makes sense. Still, there'll always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be. You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are certain conditions that one must be met with for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal. Oh, and what exactly are these conditions? Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics myself. Oh. So someone who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being known as the 800-year immortal. Okay. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their own consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If this individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantly be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the end, they lose any body parts. Their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts from there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing. This even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain the same extent they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is 800-year-old immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation. Due to the individual's original body already being lost, not even the mermaid responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed. So they don't even know that they're cursed until it hits them. Well, I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid. Huh? Bullshit, ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid. What I mean to say is, that mummy is different from being the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one. Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid, that real mermaids are a completely separate thing? That's right, which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal. Seems like you weren't bluffing after all. So, What is that thing then? You gotta have some reason you're after it.
I imagine that even if you had dissected it and examined, all results would point to it just being a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. That mummy is merely the corpse of an average human twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish.
What? Another curse?
Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens. That would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handle the mermaid over to us. The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that.
Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hokum if you ask me. That said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing.
Oh my. I take it you already had the mermaid dissected then?
They said it was likely a fake, but asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but...
It should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse.
All right. Have it your way.
I'm so glad you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation.
Give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange I want you to tell me one thing.
What is it?
Say there are real mermaids out there. Where are the real mermaids hiding then?
I suppose you could call it the eternal world.
The eternal world?
Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god.
Ryugu? And how do you get there?
I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human.
You could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like a bunch of hokum.
That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Ise Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over into this world in the area's long history. Which is why Ise Bay has its share of mermaid legends, too.
Now that you mention it, I have heard one of those stories. Some old tale about mermaids being found on the long-lost island called Taishimi or something like that.
What?
Wait a moment, where did you hear that story?
Got your interest, have I?
Looks like the story has some merit to it after all.
I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name that I've come across in any historical records. Okay, Taishima. An island said to have previously been located to the south of Kamishima. It has long since vanished. It is sometimes referred to as Taishima or Lost Island. No official records remain, as it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between the residents of the Ise-shima area. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink. Okay. It's just something I heard from one of the young'uns I have out there looking for mermaids. I see. Sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual?
Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids, every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife after all.
Ugh.
Not interested? Well, this meeting's over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police, as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine. There we go. Issa City. Hey, there you two are. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured I'd best give you the rundown to findings as soon as possible. It's no problem. Go ahead. Any bird stickers around here? Hold on, I'm investigating. There might be a bird sticker. Right? Probably? Oh, I should check. I have vision ability. Okay, I don't think there is anything around here. Okay. What do we have here? Oh, it's a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about to catch your eye? No, I was just thinking. Surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists will actually see it. Good point. Maybe they had some posters left over? This is Issa City's residential district. Right now, the ground is so hot, the air around it seems to be shimmering. So, did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina? Yes, thank you again for your help there. It seems he was willing to hand the body over without any fuss. Really? That's great. So why would some big shot tycoon go to all that trouble just to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him in on charges of desecrating a corpse, you know? Or was there something special about that corpse? How observant of you, Detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more. Wait a second, is it related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing. Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Damn, please stop trying to rope him into helping us. Oh, police box? That's the police box I was waiting at. Something you were wondering about? Oh, no, I just happen to find myself looking at it, that's all. Would you rather talk inside? Well, there's no air conditioner, so it's probably cooler out here. Oh, it's quite alright. Talking out here should be fine. Anything else I'm possibly missing? I don't think so. I think we're all good on those. Okay. Never met the guy, but I hear he's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Oh, well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably. You, don't sound very sure about that. Oh, right, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So I got my hands on deck going around asking about that sketch you gave me. We finally got someone who recognizes the victim. Oh, that's great news. The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Well, the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city. Oh, so 7 years ago he was 19, no? The sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of. Left out the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. She doesn't know what happened to him after that. I see. That'll make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for a mysterious man? Sure did. His name was Kipe Ikoma. Kipe Ikoma. I looked into him in the residence registry, and it doesn't look like he moved from Kumano to Issa City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place he put as his address anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it would seem that about 6 years ago, the landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to pay both his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. Landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid. If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains. Keep looking into Ikoma and see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murderer. Of course, there's always the possibility we got the wrong guy, so we'll just have to keep asking around, just in case. Please do. Okay. Testimonies indicate that the individual in this sketch resembles a youth by the name of Ikipe Ikoma who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives. The one we spoke to said the sketch really was accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma. Well, well, that accurate. Then I'm sure we got the right person. Still, how'd you even make that sketch? There's nothing left of the victim but bones. Oh well, let's just say that's classified for now. Right, I guess I shouldn't pry any further. Alright, now about Somikawa. Oh yeah, I also looked into that lady you were asking about. Somikawa? Oh yes, did you find anything? Well, it seems she hasn't registered as a resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somikawa in the civil registry either. I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint. I see. Is that quite common? Happens. Not unheard of for folks from the countryside who just come here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently it was really common during the post-war growth period. It seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands. Yep, there's something I've been wondering about. Oh, let's hear it. You have some idea who she might be? Well... Have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back. I have, yes. One of the victims of that disaster was an ama diver and a housewife from Kamishima by the name Mari Minakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Somikawa. So, our mystery woman shares a surname with the maritime disaster victim. I'm surprised you managed to dig that up. I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence, if anything. Oh, so you thought they might be related too. I'm glad it wasn't just me. Anyway, seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking. Wait, are you saying... Yep. I was thinking Mari Minakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago. And you think she then moved to Ijika and started going by her old name of Somikawa again? That's right. What do you think? Well, it seems like a long shot, but maybe? But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ijika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family? Maybe she lost her memories in the disaster? Right. If she only had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name. Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It's difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. It's possible she just never ran into anyone she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you think. Now, speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mari Minakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met the Somikawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think? Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think, Soto? If she'd aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might seem to resemble Miss Somikawa. My thoughts exactly. So you agree it's a pretty solid theory? It's certainly worth looking into, yes. But she really is Mari Minakuchi. There's something else that concerns me. Something else? This is just what I've heard. It seems the islanders over on Kamishima think Mari Minakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago. What? Why would they think that? No idea. It seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of taboo. I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt she couldn't go back home because of that. Surely not. Seems as good a reason as any why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway. If she really is related to the storm 5 years ago, she's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first. I'll leave talking to Miss Somikawa to you two then? We'll handle that, yes. Okay. See what Detective Ida has to say. Oh. We gotta think. So people believe this Mari Minakuchi called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? I didn't expect the curse of the raging waves to come up here of all places. Wait. That's it. I remember now. The sole survivor of the Taishima. His surname was Somikawa. There's something else about Somikawa. A wooden box? Surely that's too much of a coincidence. Oh. Well, that's about all I had to report. Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As for our next move, could we ask you to keep looking to keep a coma for us? Roger that. We'll see if we can find Somikawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems. Oh, you have business on Kamishima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now that we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, it looks like, well, dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was, hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I could get back home to my husband. I see. You sure are devoted to your husband. Oh, very much. Though I do worry he doesn't ever eat properly when I'm not around. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help. Sure, will do. Though you're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective. There we go. Back to the coast. Oh my god. Bad news, ma'am. It seems we're a step too late. Huh? What do you mean? It seems someone came and took that Somikawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Somikawa in tow. They then boarded a motorboat that was moored there and headed into the bay. It didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other. A foreign man? Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get a boat and follow just in case. Yes, let's see if... Ugh! Soto, what's wrong? The spiritual force is overwhelming. Ugh! My body won't move. What's going on? Ugh. Oh shit. That girl over there. Is she doing this? You can withstand this curse. You really are strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't ask you to go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Guardian spirit, grant me the wisdom of Numenos. Oh, high guiding spirit, light my path ahead. Seems they saved us the effort of searching for them. So it seems. Let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know. Oh my god, they're about to wizard battle right now? Who are you?
I could ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Somikawa?
So you know who Miss Somikawa is, do you?
Maybe. What's it to ya?
Man, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people. That shouldn't apply here. All right. I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her, so this is a good opportunity as any. See if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Like a plan. On your signal. Use Soto's curse of binding to restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. Press the use curse button to signal him to use it. You only have 3 chances to use the curse. Can we assume the foreign man who took Miss Somikawa was a friend of yours, then?
So what if he is? What, are you trying to follow them?
It's no good. She's too wary of us. Okay. Seems we'll have to press her further before she'll give us an opening. You certainly have remarkable strength for your age. Why, it might even be too much for us.
What's with the sudden praise? You're creeping me out.
Okay. No, there's no need to be so uptight. How about we all just stop and talk about this just a bit?
Not happening. You're just gonna use a curse the moment I drop my focus.
What do you want with Miss Somikawa?
I could say the same to you. You just want to use the relic for yourselves, don't you?
What? You know about the relic? You know about the relic. I'm afraid we can't let you get away.
Get away? I'm the one holding you here. Damn, it didn't work. She really is not letting her guard down.
Sorry, Soto. This is our last chance. Let's save. There we go.
Was that highly honest?
We have to get her to let her guard down. What if we just click give up? Like, fine, okay, you win. Know about the relic. Okay. Alright, alright. We'll back off and leave you be. How does that sound?
You're just trying to get me to drop my guard, aren't you? Not happening.
Damn, I thought that would work. I'd rather not be heavy-handed about this either. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve this.
No, that won't work on me. I'm at a rebellious age, you see.
You certainly have a remarkable strength. Let's see. If you resist anymore, we'll have you taken in for obstruction of public duties.
Wait, you're with the police?
Despite appearances, yes. Defying us could net you quite the hefty punishment.
I see. You must be for paranormal affairs. I definitely can't do what you say.
What? You have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this.
Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right?
Okay. You're also with Paranormal Affairs, then?
Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, this is the trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. Okay. So, we're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help.
I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway.
Even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you kept a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart.
Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now?
Okay, so we'll compliment and then we'll give up. Okay. Alright, I understand where you're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. Soto, you can stop now. Ma'am?
You grown-ups and your dirty tricks!
You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, will you tell us what you're up to here?
Ugh. Well, I suppose I've slowed you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Placus Asteri, guide my path and with thy merciful hand uphold me.
But she broke the binding?
Bye-bye.
Confound it. Stop right there. Looks like she's given us the slip. I doubt we'll be able to catch her now. Still, I'm gonna have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. And she slipped free. I put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about our errant young lady just now. I see. I assume she's indeed affiliated with them? Yes. It seems her name is Circe Lunarlight. She's an exorcist from England who's come here on exchange. Part of her spiritual training, as I understand. The Lunarlight family. I see. Oh, are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're a distinguished family of exorcists. Quite an old one, too. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's with the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. Your phone was like, yeah, go charge your phone. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What's she doing here in Mie Prefecture? Well, it seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. From the sounds of things, she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. It doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo once we see her again. I see. Some more work for us. Yes, the things we find ourselves caught up in. She seemed to know about Somakawa too. I have a bad feeling about this. Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. If all that is true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. Well, I think that's enough trouble for one day. We'll call it a day and we'll head to Kamishima first thing tomorrow. Understood. There we go. And I think we will actually call it there for tonight. So I will save. There we go. I'll save there. Okay, nice and hydrated. Finish my drink. Yeah, I think that's a good stopping place. We got lots of little bits and pieces that we've kind of gotten into. So, I think that's pretty good. Let's see. Who are we gonna raid? Who's online? Who's up? Who's up? Maybe... Suppose we can raid Nox. Nox is always fun. Nox is playing Nuclear Nightmare. Okay. Okay. So, tomorrow I might do an art stream, maybe. Depends. Not sure yet. We'll see. But I might do an art stream tomorrow. If not, I will be streaming on Thursday for Tarot Thursday. So, hopefully I'll either see you tomorrow or Thursday. But yeah. See you when I see you. Hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. And good night.